Chapter 2659. After waiting for a while in the restaurant, suddenly, the space around Suyu fluctuated like water. Then, Yangran walked out of it. She looked at Suyu, who was wearing a bamboo hat, and asked uncertainly, "Who are you?" Suyu did not say a word. The 8 realms were circulating in his palm. "Greetings, Senior." Yangran was delighted. Apart from this mysterious expert from the Tao Abyss, who else could have learned the 8 sovereign domains from them? "Have a seat." Suyu made an inviting gesture. Yangran sat down happily, and her eyes were full of expectation. "Senior, how is the soul-summoning scholar?" This person was one of the people Xiaohao feared the most in the realm of broken dreams. He had always been eager to get rid of him. However, this soul-summoning scholar was extremely cunning. He hid in the depths of the palace of the waning moon empress and never came out. It was too difficult to kill him. Suyu took out a jade box and wiped it with his palm. One could see a weak, struggling soul inside. "The soul-summoning scholar!" Yangran screamed in surprise. "Senior, you are so powerful." Although she had high hopes for Suyu, she was still prepared for failure. After all, the soul-summoning scholar was too difficult to kill. Who would have thought that he would actually succeed? Her respect for Suyu deepened by another level. Only a strong expert like him could go to the waning moon empress and kill the soul-summoning scholar. "Did you bring the Time Master's treasure?" Suyu asked. Yangran stopped smiling and said with a wry smile, "I am only Xiaohao's assistant. How can I manage such an important Time Master's treasure for him?" She gave him a reassuring smile. "Senior, don't worry. Since you killed the soul-summoning scholar, I believe Xiaohao will give you the Time Master's treasure as promised. After I go back and report it, I believe Xiaohao will meet you in person." Meet him in person? Suyu was not afraid of meeting him now. "Senior, please wait for a moment. I will go back and report it to Emperor Xiaohao." Yangran was in a good mood. She could already imagine the scene of her being praised by Emperor Xiaohao. "Wait," Suyu said suddenly. "I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not." Yangran sensed Suyu's unusual tone, so she said cautiously, "Senior, please say it. How much trust do you think Great Emperor Xiaohao has in you?" Suyu asked. Yangran rolled her eyes and said, "If it was someone else, I could only say that Xiaohao trusts me completely. However, in front of Senior, I can only say half of it. I know that Xiaohao has been sending people to spy on me. Just like how the soul-summoning scholar was monitored by the waning moon queen. Xiaohao was also worried about Yangran. Otherwise, Xiaohao wouldn't have arranged for Bai Yun and Hongxian to go with him to the holy city." "It's good that you know what you're doing," Suyu said. Yangran suddenly felt a little worried and probed, "Senior, could it be that you have something to tell me?" Suyu nodded. "When I came to the Beiming city, I met some suspicious people by accident. Through the soul realm, I found out some secrets. Is it related to me?" Yangran's heart tightened. Suyu nodded. "I can't be sure, but since we are fated to meet, I want to warn you." His half-hearted words made Yangran even more uneasy. Her expression was solemn as she bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, please tell me." "Yangran will be very grateful." Suyu said, "I accidentally found out that a few tunnel masters were discussing how to kill you." He waved his finger in the air and an image appeared. It was our Da, our and our San. They had gathered in a pavilion and were discussing the ambush. Occasionally, the word Yangran could be heard. Seeing this, Yangran became extremely vigilant and stared at the 3 people in the image. "Do you know them?" Suyu asked. Yangran shook her head, her expression extremely solemn. "I've never seen them before." However, because she had never seen them before, she felt even more uneasy. This was because she couldn't be sure whether the 3 of them were sent by Xiaohao or someone else. Maybe they were sent by some other faction, Yangran comforted herself. Suyu said calmly, "I hope so, but you better be prepared. Xiaohao is a man, so how can he allow others to sleep on his side?" Yangran clenched her fists, her mind full of thoughts. She was really worried that it was Xiaohao's doing. During the trip to the Time Wilderness, Yangran had not handed over all of her Dominator treasures. She had only handed over a few. Xiaohao probably had some suspicions about this. She was worried that Xiaohao would use this opportunity to kill her and take away all of her Dominator treasures. Thank you for reminding me, Elder. I will take precautions, Yangran said anxiously. Okay, go. Tell Xiaohao to bring the Time Dominator's treasures here tomorrow at the same time. Yes, Elder. Yangran left anxiously, leaving Su Yu behind with the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He didn't expect to convince Yangran to betray him with just a few words. He just needed to beat around the bush and plant a seed of suspicion in Yanran's heart. Then, this trip would not have been in vain. Next, he just needed to let this seed germinate and grow. Then, it would be a great success. After Yangran left, Su Yu casually tapped on the table. A wriggling eye slowly sank into the table. Then, Su Yu himself left. Half a day later. A few sneaky tunnel masters came to this private room without a sound. After looking around, the tunnel master who was the leader shook his head and said, "He has already left. Hurry up and set it up." They each took out a high-grade formation flag and set it up in the private room. The formation flags were very peculiar, not inferior to Ji Wu's. Once they were set up, it would be difficult to detect their existence. But, unlike Ji Wu, the formation flags were not used for shielding, but for sealing and attacking purposes. In a faraway place, in a training cavern, Su Yu sat cross-legged. The floating eyeball in front of him reflected everything in the room. Ha ha, as expected. Su Yu laughed coldly. Xiaohao still can't bear to part with the Time Dominator's treasures. Not only did Xiaohao not intend to keep his promise, he even wanted to take the opportunity to kill Su Yu and take away the Time Dominator's treasures. That's really in line with your usual character. Su Yu's eyes were extremely calm. But, I'm afraid you've schemed against the wrong person. See you tomorrow. The next day. In the restaurant. Su Yu went to the restaurant as if nothing had happened. When he arrived, there were already several core members of Xiaohao's faction there. Yangran, Bai Yun Hongxian, and her father were among them. Where is Xiaohao? Su Yu asked expressionlessly. Yangran looked apologetic. Xiaohao is still on his way here. Elder, please wait patiently. Su Yu smiled and sat down calmly. Bai Yun Hongxian, who was beside him, stared at Su Yu without blinking. Traces of excitement and joy swirled in his eyes. But, she pretended not to know him and stood by the side without saying a word. On his way here? Su Yu asked calmly. How could he be on his way here? He was obviously late on purpose. The people who came the latest were the ones with the highest status. Xiaohao did not feel that his status was lower than Su Yu's. Chapter 2660. Ha ha ha. Elder, please excuse me for not welcoming you earlier. Xiaohao's voice arrived before everyone. Everyone felt their vision blur, and then Emperor Xiaohao appeared on the table. How could Su Yu be unfamiliar with such a technique? It was the realm of time. Xiaohao had come to this place to increase the effect of his mysterious appearance by freezing time. Unfortunately, Su Yu had already seen through him. Where is the item? Su Yu asked directly without any expression on his face. Xiaohao laughed. Elder, you are really impatient. How could I go back on my word? After a pause, he said, however, before that, please let me see whether the soul of the soul-summoning scholar is real or not. Yangran curled her lips. She had done a paternity test, so how could it be fake? Xiaohao was really worried about her. The doubt in her heart increased a little. No problem. Su Yu took out the jade box and opened it. The soul of the soul-summoning scholar inside was clearly visible, and there was no trace of it being fake. Xiaohao looked at it carefully for a while, and his expression remained calm. The room was silent, and everyone was waiting for Xiaohao's answer. It's fake. However, Xiaohao said something that surprised everyone. Fake. Not to mention Yangran, even Bai Yun and Hongxian could sense that it was indeed the soul of the soul-summoning scholar. How could Emperor Xiaohao say it was fake? Yangran did not expect this. She thought it was a fair exchange, and she did not expect Emperor Xiaohao to say that it was fake. I'm sorry, but you failed to complete the task. I can't give you the treasure of the Time Master. Xiaohao shook his head indifferently. Yangran suddenly felt that both sides were not human. The task was conveyed to Su Yu through her. Now that Xiaohao refused to admit it, Su Yu would definitely blame her, right? Emperor, take a closer look. This is indeed the soul of the soul-summoning scholar. It's definitely not fake, Yangran said secretly. Xiaohao looked at her calmly and said expressionlessly, if I say it's fake, then it's fake. When Yangran was about to argue, Su Yu waved his hand and said calmly, since you said it's fake, I'll take my leave. His expression was extremely calm, and there was no sign of anger on the spot. This was different from what Xiaohao had expected. As expected, he went back on his word and publicly went against the agreement, causing this person's hard work to go down the drain. They would definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation. At the very least, they would reprimand him angrily. But he didn't. Wait, Xiaohao said solemnly. Even if things didn't go as he expected, he still had to act according to plan. Su Yu kept the jade box leisurely and calmly asked, what's the matter? Xiaohao said indifferently, you tried to deceive this great emperor and swindle this great emperor's treasures. What punishment do you deserve? Hearing this, Yanran's expression changed. Had Emperor Xiaohao gone mad? He actually set his sights on Xenia. Xenia was a powerful existence that could enter the waning Moon Empress Palace and kill the soul-beckoning scholar. Su Yu replied calmly, so what? Nothing much. I just want to warn the world that those who lie to me, Xiaohao, will not have a good ending. Su Yu said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire private room burst out rays of light from the formation. With Xiaohao as the center, a golden barrier appeared, protecting him, Yangran, and by Yunhongxian. In addition, the whole room's walls were covered by a lightning-like electric net. It was only now that the formation's power was revealed. These were all formations at the level of the Earthmaster. Unless one's cultivation was at the middle level, he would be instantly destroyed by the formation if he touched it. Kneel down and call yourself my subordinate, and I will spare your life. Xiaohao sat proudly, looking down at Su Yu with the posture of a king. He didn't look guilty at all. Only Yangran had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. If he treated Xenia like this, he would really be doomed. Su Yu stood where he was, neither fleeing nor panicking. He calmly asked, Xiaohao, are you sure you won't regret this? Xiaohao laughed. I, Xiaohao, have never regretted anything in my entire life. Kneel down immediately. Now, immediately. Su Yu calmly extended his finger and pointed at Xiaohao. Xiaohao's eyes turned cold. Stubborn thing. Kill. Creak. All the killing formations in the room were activated at the same time. In an instant, countless destructive rays of light intertwined to form a giant net, which penetrated the whole room. Apart from the inside of the light barrier, the rest of the space was cut countless times by the crisscrossing space. In an instant, Su Yu's figure was cut into numerous densely packed lines. Xiaohao laughed coldly. Not much. Yangran, your eyesight is still a bit off. When he had first heard Yangran talk about how powerful this person was, he had been worried that the formation alone wouldn't be enough. Hence, he had set up more ambushes outside the restaurant. However, they were all destroyed by the formation in a few moments. Xiaohao was very disappointed. Yangran was stunned. How could this be? The omnipotent, tyrannical, and invincible senior in her heart, who might even surpass the masters, couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, right at that moment, Su Yu's body fell piece by piece. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of blood. All that was left were sparkling and translucent particles. Xiaohao's pupils shrank as he stared at the scene in front of him with a grave expression. The highest realm of the soul realm, one thought becomes real. This was the ultimate skill of the soul-summoning scholar. It was a level that very few descendants of the Soul Master could achieve. Yangran heaved a sigh of relief. This was more like it. With the senior's terrifying strength, how could he be defeated by a small formation so easily? At that moment, Su Yu's body fell apart, leaving only the finger that was pointing at Xiaohao. Xiaohao, you really disappoint me. I had originally thought highly of you, but I didn't expect that your tricks were just child's play. Su Yu's voice suddenly echoed in the room. The people didn't understand what was going on, but they saw the surface of the table within the light barrier. Suddenly, the outline of a giant eye appeared. The eye was filled with disappointment and pity. There was also a trace of destructive power of the tunnel master. Quickly disperse. Xiaohao's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. However, it was too late. The eyeball suddenly exploded, producing a violent shockwave that sent everyone flying. Xiaohao was the most severely injured, as he was the first to bear the brunt of the blast. His body was badly mutilated, and he almost lost half of his body. Damn it! Xiaohao growled in a low voice as he consumed a secret medicine to recover his body. He had been tricked. Of course, he had been tricking Su Yu from the very beginning. From the moment he had tricked Su Yu to kill the soul-summoning scholar, he had already planned for this scene. However, he didn't expect that Su Yu would be able to see through everything and plot against him. Although it didn't cause any harm to Xiaohao's life, it dealt a severe blow to Xiaohao's ability to scheme, which he was so proud of. However, at that moment, another voice echoed in the room. Do you think this is the end? I'm sorry, this is just the beginning. Xiaohao looked around and found a jade talisman left behind in the room. The words in the jade talisman had been left a long time ago. It meant that the other party had accurately predicted this scene. Xiaohao squinted his eyes, and a trace of fear welled up in his heart. If that person wasn't proficient in seeing through the future, he would be too terrifying. Chapter 2661. Yangran heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. That was more like it. With that senior's ability to appear and disappear mysteriously, how could he possibly fail so easily in such an easy task? It was golden-eyed Lang Jun who reminded him, Your Majesty, we have to pay attention to the message this person left behind. Please return to the main hall as soon as possible. Xiaohao came to his senses. The other party said that the explosion just now was just the beginning. Let's go back. Xiaohao stood up. At that moment, the ground shook. The entire restaurant shook incessantly, and the people in the private room almost fell down from the tremors. This was because of the seal. When the tremors dissipated, they immediately opened the seal and looked outside. In the end, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. The entire North Bright City, with the Great Emperor's Hall as the center, was distorted. It was as if the space had exploded, causing the surrounding space to be in chaos. The streets, houses, and pavilions were all distorted. The Great Emperor's Hall was in the most miserable state. The main hall was torn apart and cut into different spaces, each independent of the other. Many powerhouses, servants, and maids were sealed inside. Outsiders could not enter, and the people inside could not come out. The once bustling North Ming city was instantly plunged into a huge panic, and everything was in a mess. Unless the local space was restored, North Bright City would continue to be in chaos. What caused this? Xiaohao's pupils constricted. He looked at the distorted space and gasped. Yanran's eyes flashed with shock. She murmured, This is caused by some kind of destructive domain. Domain? Xiaohao said in a deep voice, What kind of domain is so terrifying? Yangran shook her head. I don't know. I've never seen such a scene. Let's go back and take a look. Xiaohao came to the sky above the Great Emperor's Hall. Looking down from above, he realized that there was a huge cauldron's leg mark on the ground of the old hall. A cauldron? Xiaohao was confused. He was experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never heard of such a powerful cauldron. Moreover, it was a cauldron formed by a domain. Let's see who it is. Xiaohao waved his hand, and fluorescent lights flashed around the Great Emperor's Hall. There was a surveillance formation set up here that recorded everything that happened nearby. The fluorescent light condensed in front of them, forming an image. In the image, a man wearing a bamboo hat, whose face could not be seen clearly, waved his hand and a huge cauldron appeared. Then, he slammed it into the ground. The entire space of Beiming City was distorted by the pressure of this strange cauldron. What is it? Xiaohao was shocked. Since he wasn't there personally, he couldn't sense the 8 domains emanating from the cauldron. Yanran's eyes were filled with shock. Is this senior's strength? One cauldron to crush the entire North Ming city? The video did not stop. After suppressing Beiming City, Su Yu seemed to have sensed the existence of the formation. He glanced sideways and said, "Let's continue." Xiao Hao's expression changed violently when he heard this. Shit. He's going to cause trouble again. The gears in his mind spun as he tried to figure out where the other party might appear. The most important place in Northern Bright Citadel was definitely the main hall. Following closely behind it was, quick, the mine. The mine was the lifeline of North Ming City. Boom boom, however, just as Xiao Hao reacted, he vaguely heard endless rumbling sounds. They were heading towards the mine. B****. Xiao Hao's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. That person was here to destroy their foundation. The group immediately rushed over. Before they arrived, the rumbling sounds had already stopped. This caused Xiao Hao's heart to sink to the bottom. When he arrived, his expression was extremely ugly. The 130 mines and thousands of veins in front of him had all collapsed. It would take at least a few hundred years to rebuild them. However, there were only 10 years left until the next payment of the 9 Serenities crystals. This meant that Xiao Hao had no choice but to think of ways to purchase the 9 Serenities crystals from other places at a high price. B****. Xiao Hao's expression sank. The destroyed North Ming City was enough to give him a headache. Now that even the mine had collapsed, he was in deep trouble. Drip, suddenly, a photographic jade pendant flew out from one of the collapsed mines. Rays of light shot out from it, forming a portrait of Su Yu. Continue. The portrait only spat out 2 words before disappearing. Before Xiao Hao could recover from the damage to the mine, he suddenly heard an ear-piercing explosion. That sound was like the sky was being torn apart. Time in the vicinity of North Ming City rippled like the surface of a lake. Not good. It's the time passageway. Xiao Hao's expression changed. The time passageway was the best transportation tool for shortening distance. If it was damaged, North Ming City would be at least twice as slow as the other cities in the later stages of the war. Stop him. Xiao Hao clenched his teeth and activated the Time Ruler's bloodline, freezing time. Apart from himself and his trusted subordinates, the time in the vicinity of the northern Ming City had been frozen. However, what made Xiao Hao's heart bleed was, he did not hesitate to burn his bloodline, but the tearing sound of the time passageway did not stop. It was as if the other party was completely unaffected by the time realm. When he arrived, Su Yu was long gone. All that was left was the completely torn and irreparable time passageway. I'll kill you. Xiao Hao felt like he was going crazy. He finally felt a tinge of regret in his heart. It seemed like he was really wrong. He should not have played tricks on such a mysterious and unfathomable person. Unfortunately, Su Yu did not intend to stop. Another projection flickered. Don't stop, let's continue. Xiao Hao crushed the jade talisman and said sternly, "Fine, let's have some fun." He shouted in a low voice, "Hongxian, predict where the other party will appear." Biyun Hongxian had no choice but to open her pair of golden eyes to connect the future and the past. In her vision of the future, she saw Su Yu ransacking the treasury of the Great Emperor Palace in North Ming City. "How is it?" Xiao Hao asked. Biyun Hongxian wanted to hide it, but it was not realistic. If something was wrong, Xiao Hao would definitely realize that she was lying. "Your treasury? What?" Xiao Hao was shocked. How did he know where my treasury is? In his treasury, there were many years of resources stored in the Great Hall of North Ming City, as well as countless time crystals. It was by relying on these resources that he could win over countless strong men by his side, who followed him to fight for the world. If the treasury was lost, his foundation would really be damaged. Evil creature. Xiao Hao activated the Time Ruler's bloodline to the extreme and rushed over. This time, he finally arrived. He saw that the door of his great hall had been forcibly closed. The treasury inside had just been opened, and a figure was sweeping away his life's accumulation at an extremely fast speed. "Put it down," Xiao Hao roared. Chapter 2662. Su Yu looked at him indifferently. With a light tap of his finger, a gust of space energy swept Xiao Hao 1 trillion miles away. Before Xiao Hao could return, Su Yu kept the space storage device. As for the treasures that he could not take away in time, he squeezed his palm, and the entire space in the treasure vault collapsed. The remaining martial resources were all destroyed. Finally, Su Yu took a look at the treasure vault. After making sure that he had taken away everything that he could and destroyed everything that he could not, he flew into the sky and left. When Xiaohao returned, what he saw was a broken treasure vault. Xiaohao could not suppress his anger, and he let out a roar. "No matter where you are, I swear I will make you pay." The heavy roar pierced through the sky and swept across the surroundings. Even Su Yu, who was hiding at the edge of Beiming City, heard the roar. "You!" Su Yu laughed as he shook his head. All he had done was to get Xiaohao to pay back some interest. What he wanted was a price that Xiaohao could not afford. A few days later, Xiaohao finally dispatched faction forces from the surrounding territories to repair Beiming City. Because the space was distorted, the strong men had to work together to restore the space. The entire process was very slow. It took a whole month for half of Beiming City to be restored. The strong men who had been trapped in the Great Emperor's palace were freed, and all of them were filled with resentment. In the Great Hall, Xiaohao's expression was gloomy. Everyone, Beiming City was attacked by an unknown person, and the entire city was almost destroyed. This is an eternal shame for Beiming City. You must search the entire city for this person. If you find him, kill him without mercy, and inform me immediately. He handed Su Yu's portrait to them. Many strong men immediately dispersed. After they had all left, Xiaohao's expression became anxious. He asked, "Yangran, what happened to the martial resources collected from the various factions?" The treasure vault of Beiming City had been ransacked. They could not afford to pay the strong men who followed them. Many of the shops in Beiming City were still in the distorted space, and they could not collect their resources. They could only forcibly collect them from the treasure vaults of the various factions. Yangran took out a space storage device and handed it to Xiaohao. Xiaohao swept his gaze over it and frowned. "Only 10 billion worth of resources? What use is that?" He had close to 100 underworld lords by his side. 10 billion wasn't even enough for their monthly offerings. "Great Emperor, this is already the limit. All the big and small forces are accumulating wealth in preparation to exchange for the dark matter crossing Lotus Throne. It is already very difficult for them to hand over all these." Yangran sighed helplessly. Xiaohao snorted coldly. "What are you talking about? Since they have taken root in my territory, all the resources they earn belong to me. So what if I take a portion of it? Pass down my order. All sects must hand over a third of the treasury's resources. If they don't obey, then this great emperor will come personally." Hearing this, Yangran frowned and advised, "Your Majesty, you can't do that. A third of the resources might be enough to decide the life and death of a sect. If the great emperor forcefully collects the resources, it might cause them to rebel." Xiaohao was unconcerned. "Why would I be afraid of their betrayal? Haha. Collect them immediately." Although he said that, Xiaohao understood very well. His actions were harming his own foundation, and it was very likely that it would lead to a large-scale rebellion. But he had no choice. If he could not gather enough martial arts resources in a short period of time, at least half of the 100 Path Lords that followed him would be lost. And the most important power in the Time Ruler's fight was the Path Lords around him, not the leaders of the sects. Thus, he could only use this method. "All right." Yangran sighed. "I will go inform them." "Wait." Xiaohao's eyes flashed. "Let Bai Yun Hongxian go with you." Yangran immediately understood Xiaohao's intention. To monitor her. He was worried that Yangran would pocket a large amount of martial arts resources in the process of collecting the resources. Yangran was unhappy. She said indifferently, "Your Majesty, are you suspecting me?" Xiaohao's expression did not change. "What are you talking about? I am just letting Bai Yun Hongxian help you take a look." Yangran clenched her fists. Ever since they returned from the Time Wilderness, Bai Yun Hongxian and her father had brought back close to 20 ruler treasures. Xiaohao's trust in them grew. On the other hand, due to her concerns, she had only handed over a few. In stark contrast, Xiaohao's attitude towards her was not as good as before. Your Majesty, I am not your subordinate. I am here to assist you. What good will it do me if I drag you down now? Yangran asked with a burning gaze. Xiaohao was not angry. I have said that I am not suspecting you. Do as I say at once. Yanran's lips twitched, and she left angrily. Xiaohao stared at her back, his eyes gloomy. Does this woman think I don't know that she secretly hid a ruler treasure and refused to hand it over? Looking at the space storage device in his palm, he became even more suspicious. She only collected 10 billion? It would be strange if you did not embezzle from it. He did not know that there was a faint spatial fluctuation at the place where Yangran had just stood. Outside the Great Hall. In a corner, Yangran clenched her fist, and a space domain appeared in her palm. Yanran's pretty face turned cold when she saw the information within. You are suspecting me. Yangran could not help but think of Su Yu's warning that Xiaohao might harm her. She understood Xiaohao's character. He would do anything to achieve his goals. He might even order someone to assassinate her for the remaining ruler treasures in her hands. After thinking for a while, Yangran activated the Jade Talisman to contact Su Yu. Senior, can you come out and meet me? Yangran asked. Su Yu was in a restaurant, so he replied immediately, time and place. Tomorrow, at the city gate, Yangran said. She would set off from the city gate tomorrow to collect martial arts resources from various factions. Before leaving, she wanted to see Su Yu again and learn more about what had happened that day. The next day, Yangran left the Great Emperor's palace alone and headed for the city gate. As soon as she left, Yangran acutely sensed that there was a pair of eyes staring at her from the sky. It was undoubtedly Xiaohao's people who were secretly monitoring her. She was angry, so she used the space domain and left calmly. The next moment, she appeared near the city gate. There was still half an hour left before the appointed time. She leaned against the city wall and pondered quietly. Will Xiaohao really kill me? Or is there a misunderstanding? Yangran thought calmly. If she could confirm the identity of the 3 people who had discussed killing her, then the truth would be revealed. Subconsciously, Yangran still trusted Xiaohao. Chapter 2663. After all, her death would do Xiaohao no good. I'm probably overthinking. Yangran shook her head gently, not allowing herself to think too much. His eyes scanned the surroundings. It's almost the appointed time, right? Senior should be here soon. Suddenly, Yangran sensed that something was wrong with her surroundings. Space has been frozen by a powerful array formation. Yanran's pupils shrank. She tried to use her space domain. In the end, he was unable to activate it at all. In the world that ordinary people could not see, Yangran could clearly see a huge crisscrossing net that invisibly covered a radius of 10,000 li. That huge net was a type of seal, and its level was exceptionally high. It repelled the space laws within the area it enveloped, making it impossible to use the space domain. Come out! Yanran's heart sank as she shouted. This was a Dharma treasure that was specially designed to deal with him. With a light chuckle, 3 Dao master experts of different heights, short, fat, and skinny removed their concealment from a certain corner and revealed themselves. His lordship's calculations are indeed flawless. He said that he would find a chance to kill you in the near future, and in the end, you really came. Ada was full of praise. And San's eyes shone brightly. After waiting for so many days, he finally found a suitable opportunity to kill Yangran. Who is the lord you are talking about? Yangran asked in a deep voice. The 3 brothers obviously would not say that. They only said ambiguously, you know very well. Yangran was shocked. She knew that Xiaohao was the only one who wanted to kill her. Could it really be Xiaohao? Unfortunately, and San didn't give her any time to think. She's already lost her spatial domain. Kill her. Ada charged over first. And San attacked from another direction, not giving Yangran any way out. Although Yanran's eyes were filled with fear, she did not panic and appeared to be very calm. Idiot! You think you can kill me just because you've sealed my space domain? Yangran sneered and shook her head. If the descendants of the space sovereign were so easy to kill, they would have been wiped out long ago. Form displacement transposition. Yangran took out a jade statue. The jade carving contained extremely dense spatial energy. As such, Yangran found a power that she could use, and her space domain was naturally more than enough. Under the guidance of the spatial domain, the attacks of the 3 Earth Lords that dominated the region actually flew towards the 3 of them. Dodge. RDA bellowed and dodged first. At the same time, he launched a second attack towards Yangran. It was the same for and Arsan. The 3 of them had been cultivating together for many years and had experienced many battles, so they were very familiar with such situations. She narrowed her eyes and drew a line around her body with one finger. A ripple of water surrounded his body. The attacks of the 3 Earth Lords seemed to have fallen into a swamp, unable to advance any further. The descendants of the chief sovereign of space really aren't that easy to kill. RDA growled. Brothers, don't hold back. At the same time, the 3 of them took out a Dao artifact that looked like a circular blade. Go. The 3 Dao artifacts connected in mid-air, forming a fan-shaped sharp blade. At the same time, the 3 Dao masters activated their powers at the same time. The combined Dharma treasure of the 3 Dao artifacts immediately released extraordinary power. Clang, an afterimage flashed by, and the water ripples on Yenran's body were immediately cut open. His figure was immediately cut into 2. However, how could the descendants of the Space Dominus be killed so easily? The 2 halves of the corpse split into countless tiny particles. Then, the 2 merged into one, forming a complete human silhouette. At her level, any part of her body could turn into spatial dust. Swoosh, however, the combined Dao artifact controlled by the 3 Earth Lords had earth-shattering power. Crack, another remnant mark appeared. This time, it wasn't Yangran who was cut, but the jade sculpture in her hand. With a crisp sound, all the spatial energy within it dissipated and was swept away by the ceiling formation. This time, Yangran, who had lost her spatial energy, once again lost the ability to control the space domain. Swoosh, the combined Dao artifact slashed by again. This time, Yenran's face turned serious. Without the space domain, if she was cut again, she wouldn't be able to recover. Was she really going to die here? A great sense of danger welled up in her heart. It was the fear of impending death. Just as her heart turned cold, she heard a tinkling sound. The combined Dao artifact was blocked by something. Yangran opened her eyes and was pleasantly surprised. Senior. Suyu looked at RDA, and Arsan, and said calmly, "Get lost." As he spoke, he activated the giant cauldron formed by the space domain and pressed forward. Even the soul-summoning scholar didn't dare to resist the power of this cauldron, let alone the 3 of them. RDA and the other 2 immediately withdrew the combined Dao artifact and looked at the person in front of them in shock. The 3 of them exchanged glances and secretly discussed how to kill this person together. Suddenly, the 3 of them received a message from Zhuowei and immediately retreated. This person was very powerful. The 3 of them immediately left without any hesitation, not wanting to stay any longer. Seeing the 3 of them escape, Yenran's legs became weak. She leaned on Suyu's back weakly. She was scared and angry. Xiaohao, I will never forgive you. There were only 2 people who knew that she had come here. One was the great Emperor Xiaohao. Before she left, Xiaohao still sent people to monitor her. The other was Senior Suyu, but he didn't have any reason to kill her. Even if he could kill her, why did he send those 3 people? If he attacked her himself, Yangran wouldn't be able to survive. So, it could only be Xiaohao. He planned to kill her for the treasure of the Time Master. It's good that you're fine, Suyu said calmly. Yangran realized that she was lying on Suyu's back. She immediately stood up and said gratefully, Senior, thank you for saving me. If it hadn't been for him, she would have been in danger. Suyu turned around with a serious look. Have you found out who is trying to harm you? Yangran nodded and said with certainty, it can only be Xiaohao. Her face was ice cold. I helped him at all costs, but what did I get in the end? I'm really a stupid woman. She laughed at herself. Suyu was secretly amused. However, his face was solemn. Don't say that. You were just deceived by a scoundrel. It's not too late to wake up now. Yang Ran was at a loss. I helped Xiaohao at all costs so that I could have strong support when I fight for the Space Master's position in the future. Now, everything is just empty talk. She looked around and didn't know what to do. A good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. I believe you will find a more suitable ally, Suyu said meaningfully. However, he didn't mention the Star Rain Empress. Otherwise, it would easily expose Suyu's purpose and attract Yanran's attention. Yang Ran smiled bitterly. Among the 4 descendants of the Time Master in the Dream-Broken Realm, only Xiaohao is a dragon among men. As for the other 3, the Mingxin Great Emperor is controlled by his subordinates, the Waning Moon Empress is fickle, and the Star Rain Empress is a little girl who hasn't grown up yet. Where can I find a good tree? Yang Ran said helplessly. Chapter 2664. After a pause, Suyu said, "Is there anything urgent that you want to talk to me about?" Hearing this, Yang Ran suddenly remembered that she was the one who had summoned Suyu here. She smiled bitterly. "I wanted to confirm whether Xiaohao wanted to harm me, but now it seems like I don't need to confirm it anymore. If you have nothing else to do, I have a favor to ask of you," Suyu said slowly. "Senior, please tell me." Suyu said, "Xiaohao still owes me a ruler treasure that can accelerate time. Can you help me get it?" "Ah!" Yang Ran pointed at herself. "Senior, if I go back, won't I be walking into a tiger's mouth?" Xiaohao had sent someone to assassinate her, so how could she go back? Moreover, she had to steal Xiaohao's most important defensive treasure. No. If Xiaohao wanted to kill you openly, he wouldn't have set up an ambush at the city gate. Suyu said with fervor. "Rumors are fearful. Xiaohao's people are in a mess now. If he kills you openly, won't the rest of his followers scatter like birds and beasts? So, Xiaohao wouldn't dare to do anything to you openly." The reason why Suyu was so sure was that he knew Xiaohao didn't intend to kill Yang Ran. That makes sense. Yanran's beautiful eyes flickered. Her thoughts had been completely led by Suyu. After thinking for a while, Yang Ran nodded. "Okay, Senior, you saved my life. I will risk my life to get that ruler treasure that can accelerate time for you. By the way, I can't let Xiaohao get away with it so easily. She had worked so hard for so many years. How could she be willing to let him go just like that? She wanted revenge. Okay, I will wait for you." Suyu left. Yang Ran waited there calmly. Before long, Bai Yun and Hongxian came to meet up with her. Then, they went to visit the various forces. In the past, Yang Ran had to worry about being betrayed by these forces if she extorted them too harshly. But now, what else did she have to worry about? Every time he went to a sect, he would wantonly demand martial Dao resources, causing those sects to suffer greatly. There were even some small sects that had been blackmailed to the point of closing their doors and disbanding. All the forces in the region were furious. They contacted each other secretly, forming an undercurrent of resistance. When the time was right, they would declare Beiming City's rule and join other cities. Just at this moment, the representatives sent by Empress Star Rain brought even more time than the sects had lost, and approached them in secret. One could imagine how smooth the bribing process was. The representatives didn't need to waste their breath and successfully pried away the powerful tunnel master from the sect. They led their own troops and secretly left North Bright City, heading for South Bright City. 1 year later, Xiaohao was very satisfied with Yanran's return with a large amount of resources. "Well done," Xiaohao praised. Although Bai Yun Hongxian had sent him many messages, Yanran's methods were too intense. However, Xiaohao did not blame him, because he was the one who ordered Yang Ran to do this. Now, he had hundreds of billions of time crystals worth of martial arts resources in his hands, which was more than enough to raise a large number of people around him. As for those sects that were injured, they would be comforted after they regained their footing. "What reward do you want?" Xiaohao was in a good mood. Yang Ran shook her head. "I don't want anything." "Speak the truth," Xiaohao shouted. "Merits will be rewarded, mistakes will be punished. You have made such a great contribution. If I don't reward you, who would dare to work for me in the future?" Yang Ran thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "If the Great Emperor must reward me, I want to borrow your time acceleration treasure." Hearing this, Xiao Hao's expression froze. This was a defensive treasure given to him by the time ruler. However, he had already said it, and it was difficult to take it back. Why? Xiao Hao asked as he took it off. Yangran said, I recently had a new understanding of the space domain, and I need to spend a lot of time cultivating it. After thinking about it, only the Great Emperor's jade pendant can satisfy me. Hearing this, Xiao Hao was relieved. All right, take it. Xiao Hao handed it to Yangran without hesitation. He had many ruler treasures in the wilderness of time, so this treasure that could speed up time was not that important. Moreover, Yangran was only borrowing it for a while and would return it to him. Lending it to her was not a big problem. Wait. However, at this moment, the golden pupil scholar, who had his eyes closed, suddenly spoke and stopped him. Yangran frowned and glared at him. Xiao Hao retracted his hand and held the treasure again. He asked, Is there a problem? The golden pupil scholar said hoarsely, Great Emperor, this was given to me by the time ruler. How can you give it away so easily? Especially since Miss Yangran is so familiar with that mysterious person. Hearing this, Xiao Hao immediately became cautious. He was actually worried about this. He was worried that Yangran was connected to that person and would help him cheat the treasure away. He just didn't say it out of trust. He didn't expect the golden pupil scholar to point it out. Xiao Hao now had a reason not to give it to Yangran. This. Xiao Hao's fake will hesitated. Yangran, how about this? Tell me when you want to cultivate. I will be by your side and activate this treasure. We can cultivate together. How about that? Yanran's expression was normal. If the Great Emperor is worried, Yangran will respect the Great Emperor's decision. She hated the golden pupil scholar to the core. Although this old man was blind, his senses were even sharper than Xiao Hao's. She must have unintentionally shown an aura of eagerness for success, and the golden pupil scholar caught it, so he tried to stop her. Her heart was in turmoil. Really, she could have returned to report to Senior Su Yu and left Beiming City. It seemed like she had no choice but to resort to this. She returned to her mansion as if nothing had happened and waited for the right time. The best time was when Xiao Hao entered Luoyang to cultivate. At that time, she could use her space domain to steal it. Crash, however, at that moment, a green-clothed figure descended into his mansion. How dare you come to my mansion? Yangran looked at the woman with hostility. There was only one person who could make her hate him so much. Bai Yun Hongxian. I am here to save you, Bai Yun Hongxian said calmly. I advise you not to seek death. Yanran's beautiful eyes flickered. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Bai Yun Hongxian did not say a word. She pointed her finger in the air and an image appeared in front of her. In the image, Yangran stole the Great Emperor Xiao Hao's space treasure. However, Xiao Hao was prepared. He grabbed her throat and killed her with a hideous smile. Crash, Bai Yun Hongxian withdrew her finger and the image disappeared. She said calmly, This is the future scene that I saw. Yanran's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since this woman had seen through her plan, she had no choice but to kill her. If it weren't for Su Yu, I would have already handed over this future scene to Great Emperor Xiao Hao. Bai Yun Hongxian looked at Yangran with a faint expression. Yangran was startled and stood on the spot in silence. Chapter 2665. Yangran looked at Bai Yun Hongxian deeply. In the time wilderness, she had seen with her own eyes that this woman seemed to have some connection with Su Yu. Now, it seemed like they had known each other for a long time. Go ahead. Bai Yun Hongxian tucked her hair behind her ear, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. If one day, my father commits an atrocious crime, please spare my father's life. Yangran stared at her and said, What's the point? Is it worth it? How could she not know the relationship between Bai Yun Hongxian and her blind father? The blind father had a twisted personality and was very gloomy. Who knew when he would do something crazy? Usually, he would scold and beat Bai Yun Hongxian, but Bai Yun Hongxian was very obedient. Yangran did not understand, why would Bai Yun Hongxian plead for this kind of father? After all, he is my father. Bai Yun Hongxian's expression was calm. Help me pass the message. Within a month, I will think of a way to get that piece of jade. After thinking for a while, she sweetly nodded. Sure. At that time. At that moment, Su Yu was in an inn. In front of him was the nine-nether demonic empress, who had been in closed-door training for many years. Master, fortunately, I did not fail in my mission and successfully refined the 3 strands of holy demon blood into a Tao artifact. She held 3 snow-white flying needles in her hands. The flying needles contained an incomparably dense cold qi that specialized in restraining souls. Once activated, it could instantly freeze the enemy's soul into ice. Is this a 4.5 doctrine artifact? Su Yu muttered to himself. He took one and held it in his palm. Even his soul felt a chill run down his spine. One could imagine what would happen if his soul was injured. If I had refined it earlier, I wouldn't have had to expend so much effort to kill the soul-summoning scholar, Su Yu muttered to himself. The 9th Nether Succubus Empress said from the side, 3 flying needles, each one of them capable of killing the soul of an early-stage Tao Lord. If all 3 needles are pierced into the soul of an opponent, even a peak early-stage Tao Lord would have his soul frozen to death. Su Yu pondered this for a moment, his eyes flickering as he asked, what if it's a middle-stage Tao Master? The demonic queen of the 9 Nether demonic empress shook her head. I can only heavily injure his soul. It will be very difficult to kill him. After all, it was a half 4-star Tao artifact. Its might was limited. However, it was already quite good for Su Yu. This was the first true Tao artifact that he had obtained in his life. Hence, Su Yu refined the 3 flying needles right away. You did well, Su Yu praised her. Looking at the charm empress of the 9 Nether demon empress, he asked, what is your cultivation? The 9th Nether demonic empress replied honestly, peak early stage Earth Lord. Was he on the same level as Fei Yunsheng? No wonder the demonic empress of the 9 Nether demonic empress had the complete upper hand against the other tunnel masters. Take this. Su Yu closed his eyes and used all of his power to conjure a transparent pot of water in front of him. It was filled with liquefied primordial qi. When he opened his eyes again, Su Yu felt extremely exhausted. The higher the grade of an item, the more soul energy it would consume to create it. This bottle of absolute beginning qi spiritual liquid was too much for him to handle. Primordial qi? The 9 Nether Succubus Empress shrieked, her eyes filled with pleasant surprise. Alpha Origin Qi was the best cultivation tonic for a Pathmaster. By fusing it into one's body, the primordial Qi could be divided into the Tao Qi needed for one's cultivation level. The Charm Empress of the 9 Nether Demon Empress was from the Corpse Clan, so she could not absorb normal Tao Qi to cultivate. Hence, ever since she was born, the Charm Empress's power had not increased significantly. She had remained at the most basic level. However, the primordial qi before her could be completely transformed into the power she needed. This was what she had always dreamed of. Usually, even a drop of it was precious. But before her was a whole pot of it. Use it to your heart's content. There will be more in the future, Su Yu said. Making a pot of it for her every day should be more than enough. The Charm Empress blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Master, when my power increases, I can sneak back into the 9 Nether world and help you bring back that puppet. Puppet. It took Su Yu a while to realize that the Charm Empress was talking about the demonic ape puppet. During the Great Battle, the demonic ape puppet had been severely injured and had been lost in the 9 Nether world. That puppet is already damaged, so it should be useless to bring it back, Su Yu said, shaking his head. The Charm Empress was surprised. Master, don't you know that it is the ancient god of Juyo's secret 9 Nether puppet? How could it be useless? Su Yu was stunned. 9 Nether puppet. He only knew that the puppet was called the demonic ape puppet, and it had been gifted to him by Jin Yu, the descendant of the demonic faction's elder Jin Mo. The 9 Nether puppet has a wisp of the ancient god of Juyo's power sealed within it. As long as that power is not destroyed, the puppet can heal itself no matter what kind of injuries it suffers. It can also absorb all kinds of attacks to aid its own growth. Hearing this, Su Yu suddenly remembered. The demonic ape puppet had once been shattered by Elder Xiao Mo, but it had recovered on its own and run to the Supreme One faction to look for him. The 9 Nether puppet fell into the 9 Nether world, and in that environment, it will definitely absorb energy to evolve on its own. I don't know what level of cultivation it has reached by now, the Charm Empress said. When I am done with my training and am no longer afraid of the Phoenix King, I will help you bring back the 9 nether puppet. Su Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. All right, go ahead with your training. Look for me when you run out of primordial chi. He didn't know if the puppet would give him any more surprises. He recalled the Charm Empress to train. Su Yu secretly familiarized himself with the 3 flying needles. A few days later, he pointed his finger, and the 3 flying needles crisscrossed in the air in mysterious trajectories. He had successfully integrated the magical powers of space and time into the flying needles, making the trajectories of the flying needles even more mysterious and unpredictable, allowing them to hurt the enemy invisibly. After putting away the flying needles, Su Yu was about to contact Yangran. A year had passed, and Yangran still had not obtained the treasure that could accelerate time. He might have to go and snatch it himself. At that moment, a message arrived. It was none other than Yangran. After reading the message, Su Yu frowned slightly. Biyun Hongxian is going to retrieve it herself. Thinking back to her request to let her father go in the future, Su Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Why did it sound like she was leaving behind her last words? After pondering for a while, Su Yu made up his mind and immediately sent a message to Yangran. Where are you? The reply he received was, Don't worry, I will get it soon. It seemed that Biyun Hongxian was about to get her. But Su Yu really had a bad feeling. At that time, in the Xiaohao Palace, Xiaohao was deep in training. In front of him was an extremely pure pulse-cleansing divine marrow. Its quantity was even greater than the entire upper palace. Above his head, 2 hourglasses of time were faintly discernible, and the third wheel was quickly taking shape. This was Xiaohao's time realm, which was about to stabilize at the level of a high-level realm. He was only a step away from the highest origin realm. Chapter 2666. Strangely, she completely avoided all the detection fluctuations of the formation. It was as if she had predicted in advance when the fluctuations would be generated and in which direction they would radiate. In this way, as if she had entered an uninhabited land, she came to the vicinity of the secret zone. Beside the pond of the pulse-cleansing divine marrow, Xiaohao's undergarments were all taken off and piled up there. Even the time acceleration treasure that never left Xiaohao's side was there. Because the treasure contained the power of time, it was likely to be affected if it was brought into the pond. The beautiful figure bent down, took the time acceleration treasure in her hand, and walked away calmly. From beginning to end, it did not attract the slightest attention. The person who stole this item was none other than Biyun Hongxian. After several days of careful research, coupled with her divine eyes that could see the future and the past, finally, she succeeded in getting the treasure. She came to a corner of the hall. Yangran flashed out from under the shadow of a tree. Her pretty eyes flashed, and she asked, Did you get it? Biyun Hongxian stretched out her hand, and the time acceleration treasure was in the palm of her hand. She looked indifferent. Give it to Su Yu. Perhaps, this is the last thing I can do for him. Huh. Yangran heard the hidden meaning in her words and was about to ask. Biyun Hongxian urged, Let's go, my father is coming. She could already sense it without using her divine eyes. Yanran's heart tightened, and she immediately took the time acceleration treasure and left. Sure enough. After half an hour, the golden-eyed Langjun came to Biyun Hongxian with the help of a maid on his crutch. Father, Biyun Hongxian said calmly. The golden-eyed Langjuan's closed eyes opened slightly, and there was a hint of coldness in his dark eyes. Who were you talking to just now? Biyun Hongxian said calmly, a maid. Unexpectedly, the golden-eyed Langjun suddenly slapped her in the face. Biyun Hongxian could have dodged it, but she did not, and took the slap head-on. Immediately, a bloody palm print appeared on her face. You were seeing Yangran, weren't you? The golden-eyed Langjun shouted. Biyun Hongxian covered her face and did not explain. You were helping her steal the time acceleration treasure, weren't you? The golden-eyed Langjun asked again. This time, Biyun Hongxian's eyes wavered. She looked at her blind father suspiciously. How did you know? Golden-eyed scholar chuckled. Although my eyes are blind, my heart is not. Yangran has already started to betray us. She is helping that mysterious person to cheat Emperor Xiao Hao of his time acceleration artifact. Bai Yun Hongxian's eyes flashed, but she did not say a word. She was not surprised that her father, who was experienced and astute, was able to deduce this. But it doesn't matter. Golden-eyed Lang Jun suddenly revealed a sinister smile. The suspicions in Bai Yun Hongxian's heart deepened as she faintly felt that something was not right. He. At this moment, a cold snort filled with suppressed anger came from outside the courtyard. Guarding day and night, it's hard to guard against a thief at home. Bai Yun Hongxian, I trusted you in vain. In the end, you are the one who hid the most. Bai Yun and Hongxian were shocked, and turned around to look behind them. Xiao Hao, clad in a black cloak, strode over. She had a very bad premonition in her heart and could not help but look at her calm father. Father knows that I am here to steal the treasure. Bai Yun Hongxian was not worried about her own safety, but Su Yu's. Since both her father and Xiao Hao knew that she was here to steal the treasure, why did they not stop her? Instead, they allowed her to steal the treasure and hand it over to Yangran. There was only one answer. There was something wrong with the treasure. Su Yu was in danger. Her heart tightened, and she immediately took out the communication artifact to send an urgent message to Yangran. However, her palm was inexplicably empty. Looking back, Xiao Hao was still standing in the same place, but in his hand was her communication artifact. Xiao Hao had used the realm of time to snatch the treasure and prevent her from sending the message. Humph. You want to inform them in front of me? You really don't see me as your master. Xiao Hao shouted coldly. Bai Yun Hongxian bit her red lips, her heart filled with thoughts of Su Yu. She did not care about her own comfort. Because she had a premonition of her fate a long time ago. From the moment she saw Emperor Xiao Hao, she knew what would happen to her. She had already accepted her fate and did not care about her life or death. I already knew what you wanted to do. You don't have to pretend to be loyal to me. It was hopeless for Bai Yun Hongxian to inform Su Yu. It was even more hopeless for her to escape. She might as well confess everything. You want to extract the bloodline of the Time Master in my body to complete your Yuan realm, right? Bai Yun Hongxian looked at Xiao Hao calmly. Bai Yun Hongxian's divine eyes contained the bloodline of the Time Master and the Space Master. Like her father, she inherited the bloodline of the Tianyi Empress. The Tianyi Empress was a descendant of the Time Master and the Space Master. She was the only mixed-blood descendant of the Master in the world. Although the power of the bloodline that Bai Yun Hongxian inherited was not as strong as the Tianyi Empress, it was not weak either. She had already achieved the ability to communicate with the past and the future. If Xiao Hao could obtain her bloodline and use it at a critical moment, he could really break through to the Yuan realm. And the mastermind behind all of this was no one else. It was her father. Not long after meeting Xiao Hao, he sold his only daughter to Xiao Hao. He begged for wealth and glory. The golden-eyed Lang Jun said lightly, "Don't blame me. I still have many great ambitions to accomplish. You have to bear with it." As he spoke, the golden-eyed Lang Jun took out a mirror and slowly shone it at Bai Yun Hongxian. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "Father, if you want me to die, I have no complaints. But please let that person go, I beg you, okay?" She even knelt down. However, the golden-eyed Lang Jun's face was cold. That person is a threat to the great emperor. He must die. Then, he activated the light in the mirror. Under the light, Bai Yun Hongxian immediately lost consciousness, her eyes empty. Just like in the Seven-Star Civilization, there was a time when Bai Yun Hongxian lost her sense of self and was like a puppet. The golden-eyed Lang Jun put her in the space storage device and said, "Great Emperor, when the time is right, it will be time for you to break through to the Yuan realm and become a ruler." Xiao Hao nodded slowly and looked in the direction where Yangran had left. "Has the personnel been arranged?" Xiao Hao's eyes flashed with a deep, cold smile. The golden-eyed Lang Jun nodded. "Everything has been arranged. We are only waiting for the great emperor's order." "Very good." He laughed sinisterly. "I'm afraid you can't afford to play with me." Yangran did not know anything. She held the treasure and left the great empress palace while sending a message to Su Yu. In a restaurant somewhere, When Su Yu received Yanran's message, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, his heart sank. He waved his hand and 2 lines of fate appeared in front of him. They were his and Yanran's. However, not long after, the 2 lines of fate began to break. It meant that both of their lives were in danger. Su Yu's mind was racing. What was wrong? Where was the danger? Ever since he found out that Bai Yun Hongxian had stolen the treasure, he had been feeling uneasy. Chapter 2667. Is there something wrong with the treasure? Su Yu pondered. It could only be the treasure. All the uneasiness was caused by the treasure. If it was an ordinary person, he might hesitate. But Su Yu was very decisive. He immediately ordered Yangran, "Stop. Send the treasure back." Yangran, who was on her way, was startled. Why? She could not help but look down at the treasure that could speed up time in her palm. This was indeed the treasure that Xiaohao wore all year round. There was no mistaking it. But because of her trust in Su Yu, Yangran did not think for long before turning back. As she left, Su Yu found that the uneasiness was gradually weakening. It's really a treasure. Su Yu was shocked. He squinted his eyes and muttered, "There are still scheming experts in Beiming City. They have already seen through my plan to steal the treasure that could speed up time." As for Bai Yun Hongxian, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. If he was not mistaken, she had probably met with misfortune. His heart tightened. Xiaohao. Su Yu's eyes shone with a cold light as he teleported to the front of Xiaohao's palace. Yangran had already returned to the palace and placed the treasure that could speed up time in the palace where Xiaohao usually met with guests. Then, she quietly came out and met up with Su Yu. "Elder, is that treasure dangerous?" Su Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Let's stay away from it." Not long after they left, in the palace, Xiaohao looked at the sky and smiled. It should be about time, right? The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. It's time to say goodbye to our elusive senior. Boom. A destructive wave suddenly appeared in the world without any warning. A scorching, pungent aura of destruction swept out along with the destructive wave. Xiaohao and golden-eyed Lang Jun were caught off guard. How could they have guessed that Yang Ran would return the treasure midway? The destructive wave attacked indiscriminately, instantly destroying all the seals in Xiaohao's palace. All the walls and houses melted in the wave. Xiaohao and golden-eyed Langjuan's lives were in danger from the impact of the destructive wave. "Great Emperor, follow me." Golden-eyed Langjuan's blind eyes suddenly opened. A pitch-black light pierced through the destructive waves and found a way out. Under its lead, the 2 of them narrowly avoided the destructive waves that were everywhere. However, the terrifying power contained within the magic treasure was too great. In the end, the 2 of them were still accidentally swept by it. Xiaohao and golden-eyed Lang Jun were both heavily injured. The latter was still fine, but Xiaohao was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His entire body exploded, and he was badly mutilated. Even his soul was on the verge of flowing out. Fortunately, they had already left the center of the destructive wave and were no longer in danger. Xiaohao roared as he activated time reversal in an attempt to return his body to its original state. However, there was still a trace of destructive fluctuations in his injuries. As a result, he was unable to recover. "Great Emperor, let's leave this place first," golden-eyed Lang Jun said in shock. Since Yangran had returned, could the mysterious person be far away? Almost at this moment, a cold wind flashed past. Golden-eyed Lang Jun was sent flying with a kick. Then, a man wearing a bamboo hat appeared and stepped on Xiaohao's chest. "Trying to trick me?" Su Yu's expression was cold. "You are still too young." He reached out and took out a jade box from Xiaohao's body. There was a liquid that was invisible to the naked eye sealed inside. Time reversal water. Su Yu recognized it at a glance. He was sure that this was the defensive magic treasure that the Time Master had given to Xiaohao. As for the extremely powerful explosion just now, it shouldn't be it. However, he didn't know its exact origin. After getting what he wanted, Su Yu stared at Xiaohao with a murderous look in his eyes. However, when he was about to attack, the time between heaven and earth changed abruptly. A trace of the Time Masters will descended slowly. The competition has not begun. Descendants are not allowed to kill each other. Hearing this, Su Yu had to stop. If he continued, the Time Masters would surely descend. Consider yourself lucky. Su Yu snorted. Then, he stared at golden-eyed Lang Jun. Where is Baiyun Hongxian? Golden-eyed Lang Juan's face trembled. He did not resist and handed over the space storage device to Su Yu. Su Yu glanced at it and found that Baiyun Hongxian was indeed in it. Her life was not in danger. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. After getting what he wanted, Su Yu did not stay for a moment. He left immediately. When he returned to Nanming City, he would cultivate in peace for another 5 years. Then, the competition for the position of the Time Master would begin. It would not be too late to kill Xiaohao then. Looking at Su Yu leaving, Emperor Xiaohao sat up with difficulty. His eyes were full of hatred. Damn it! Their exquisite plan had failed at the last moment. Golden-eyed Lang Jun, I will find a way to get your daughter back, Xiaohao said. Baiyun Hongxian's matter was related to whether his realm could break through to the origin level. Naturally, he had to find a way. Unexpectedly, golden-eyed Lang Jun did not panic. He said calmly, "Don't worry, she will come back on her own. However, this person has repeatedly threatened our lives. We have to get rid of him." Xiaohao agreed with him. His eyes were full of murderous intent. "It seems that I have to use some of my hidden power," Xiaohao said coldly. "I did not want to expose it, but you have gone too far." Just as Emperor Mingxin had his own hidden power, how could Xiaohao not have it? The power that he had displayed was far more than what was shown on the surface. Swish! He took out a mirror. In the mirror, there was a hideous shadow that was struggling. In the hand of the shadow was a 9-colored ruler. If Su Yu was here, he would definitely recognize it. This ruler was none other than a replica of the Emperor ruler. The shadow inside was undoubtedly a part of Prince Xiaoyao. During the great battle in the Outer Realm, Su Yu had used the 8 great realms to break Prince Xiaoyao's pavilion into countless pieces and sealed them in his 30-foot small world. Then he broke them up, and the fragments of the small world fell in all directions of the 8-star civilization. Unexpectedly, Xiaohao had obtained one of them. And it was a very important part of it. Go kill someone. Under Xiaohao's command, the shadow lacked its own will and was very obedient to Emperor Xiaohao. It leaped out of the fragment and chased after Su Yu with the replica Emperor ruler. When Su Yu was about to leave the city, he met up with Yangran. "Senior, where are you going from now on?" Yangran asked. Su Yu said calmly, "I am going to the south to have a look. There is a region there where the ruins of the ancient god Jiulong once appeared." Yanran's eyes lit up. "Senior, if you lack manpower, Yangran can do it for you." This was exactly what Su Yu wanted. What he wanted was to bring Yangran back to the south of the dream-broken world. "All right, you will stay by my side for the time being and act as my assistant," Su Yu said. Suddenly, Su Yu's heart moved. He grabbed the air with his palm, and a broken line of fate appeared in front of him. That was his line of fate. It had been broken before, and it had not been reconnected because he had discovered the conspiracy of the treasure. His heart skipped a beat. The real threat was not the treasure, but something else. Chapter 2668. You go first. If I return to the southern part of the dream-broken realm, I'll look for you again, Su Yu said in a deep voice as he stared ahead. Yangran frowned. Her lines of fate had already overlapped, so there was no danger to her life at all. However, she could faintly feel that danger was approaching. That was a danger she could not contend against. After taking a look at Su Yu, Yangran nodded and said, "Senior, be careful." If she stayed, she would only be a burden to Su Yu. So, it would be better for her to leave first and wait for him in a safe place. Su Yu chose a different direction from her and sped away. However, the rupture on the line of fate was growing deeper and deeper, indicating that danger was still rapidly approaching. Su Yu's heart sank, and he stopped in his tracks. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would take the initiative to face it. He made a grabbing motion, and 3 flying needles floated in his palm. Then, he took out the divine 9 Dragons Cauldron and ordered it to circle around him, ready for battle. Kailar, suddenly, a nine-colored ruler's shadow that covered the sky and oppressed the heavens and the earth suddenly appeared from the boundless distance, and it pressed down with the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. Wherever the ruler's shadow passed, everything turned into dust. Even the powerful space enchantment of the eight-star civilization was broken, revealing the nothingness of the outside world. Before the ruler's shadow arrived, its power had already erupted. Prince Xiaoyao's replica ruler. Su Yu's pupils contracted. With a single glance, he could tell where the attack came from. It was the pitilessly powerful replica of the ruler of heaven. However, weren't Emperor Xiaoyao and his emperor's ruler sealed in a three-jong small world? Su Yu had no time to think. The ruler's shadow pressed down, and he found it extremely difficult to breathe. The emperor's ruler was outside the region and was restricted by the space outside the region. Although its power was unparalleled, Su Yu could still deal with it. But at this time, the power of the emperor's ruler was not restricted, and it was more than twice as powerful as before. Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, Su Yu shouted as he slapped the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron 8 times consecutively, displaying the human ancestors' mortal life cauldron suppression technique. 8 dragon roars resounded, and the Divine Cauldron spun in midair, turning into a giant cauldron that covered the sky and pressed down from the sky. Creak, the ear-piercing sound of metal cutting echoed throughout the world. When the two came into contact, astonishing sparks erupted, and the friction produced intense world-destroying lightning. Hum with a soft sound, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was bounced off by the ruler shadow and pressed down again. Su Yu put his palms together, his 10 fingers rotating. The 8 domains quickly entered the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, which could suppress the 4 dimensions of heaven and earth, suppressed each other from the left and right. Bang! The ruler's shadow was finally suppressed fiercely. When it reached Su Yu's face, it was completely suppressed. It directly cut through the earth, revealing a deep and invisible void. However, Su Yu did not feel relaxed at all. Because the true danger had yet to arrive. In front of his eyes, a broken arm holding the ruler charged over with layers of black shadows. The emperor's ruler slashed down again. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he immediately activated the 2 giant cauldrons. At the same time, he clenched his fists and shouted, "A thought becomes real." Kai air between his palms, a ruler that looked exactly the same appeared. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu held the emperor ruler in his hand and swept it horizontally. Bang! A ruler shadow that pierced through the heavens slashed down. The 2 ruler shadows collided with each other under the vast sea with the power to destroy the world. Bang! One of the ruler shadows was shattered, and the other shadow was deflected, brushing against the corner of Beiming City. A shockwave like an explosion shook the entire North Ming City. Countless weak creatures turned into a mist of blood and died on the spot. Many strong men felt their hearts ache, and their bodies were injured. Fear enveloped Beiming City in an instant, causing the strong men to flee in panic. In the ruins of the Great Hall, the heavily injured Xiaohao was slowly recovering from his injuries when he suddenly saw 2 ruler shadows intersecting in the sky. He could not help but jump in fright. The Soul Dominator's "A thought becomes real." Xiaohao recognized it with a glance, his expression grave. Wasn't the soul-summoning scholar already killed? How could someone still use "a thought becomes real"? Suddenly, Xiaohao thought of Su Yu. It seemed like Su Yu was also proficient in illusion techniques. Who is he? Xiaohao's eyes were filled with deep shock. He finally realized that he had unintentionally provoked an extremely terrifying existence. He looked at the ruins of the Great Hall, at the dilapidated Beiming City, and at the seething resentment of the people. A trace of regret sprouted in his heart. If he had listened to Yangran that day and kept his promise to hand the time acceleration treasure to that mysterious person, how could he have ended up like this? But there was no use in regretting now. Looking at the increasingly intense battle, Xiaohao slowly retreated with the help of the golden-eyed Lang Jun. "There is no need to struggle. It will not stop unless you die," Xiaohao said softly, then quietly escaped with the golden-eyed Lang Jun. Back to Su Yu. The emperor's ruler in his palm had only been able to strike once before it was shattered. He had no choice but to use it a second time. Together with the 2 cauldrons, he continuously resisted the emperor's ruler. If this was a normal battle, perhaps both sides would have stopped fighting long ago, as no one could defeat the other. But his opponent had a tireless arm, as well as a powerful emperor's ruler. Once, twice, thrice. After the 10th time, Su Yu's soul power was already showing signs of exhaustion. In the end, he could not even use the emperor's ruler. Black Feather Gate. Su Yu roared. A pitch-black gate covered in feathers appeared in front of him. Boom! The shadow of the knife slashed down and landed on the giant gate, causing the whole gate to tremble. The emperor's ruler forcibly opened the gate, revealing the aura of the 9 serenities world within. Seeing that the giant gate was about to be forcibly opened, the black feathers on it emitted layers of black flames. It was the divine fire of the 9 serenities. As soon as the divine fire appeared, it melted the shadow of the ruler. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately urged the black feather gate forward. The emperor's ruler seemed to have met its nemesis. Any shadow of the ruler that landed on the black feather gate was melted away. Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron, Domain Cauldron, go! Under his control, the 3 of them advanced together, continuously suppressing the unparalleled power of the emperor's ruler. Finally, the 3 of them completely suppressed the emperor's ruler along with the arm. At this moment, Su Yu was exhausted. He could not even use the extra mysterious path power. Looking at the severed arm and the emperor's ruler, he could not help but reveal a look of fear. The emperor's ruler, which had returned to an 8-star civilization, was too powerful. This was after Prince Xiaoyaro had been broken into countless pieces and scattered all over the place. How terrifying would it be if the first clone of Prince Xiaoyaro was reformed? Phew! Su Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say something, his gaze suddenly froze, and he looked at the severed arm again. He saw that in the severed arm, there was a drop of 9-colored blood left behind. That was the blood of the emperor of the stone embryo. Prince Xiaoyaro had left a total of 10 drops of blood in the first clone. Chapter 2669. A sense of extreme danger surged in Su Yu's heart. Even his soul was incomparably cold. This was a situation that he had rarely encountered in his life. Every time, it was a narrow escape from death. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and without thinking, he immediately used the power of space to sweep away the drop of emperor's blood. He must not let it touch the emperor's ruler. However, it was still a step too late. Only half of the drop of emperor's blood was swept away, and the other half was still on the emperor's ruler. Suddenly, a primordial power erupted from the emperor's ruler. The Black Feather Gate, the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron, and the Realm Cauldron were all shaken away. Among them, a deep dent was left on the Black Feather Gate. The Realm Cauldron was shaken away and turned into realm light. Even the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron was roaring, and the crystal dragons on it were all dim. The 9-colored light of the emperor's ruler was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Su Yu felt like he was a small boat in the middle of a storm. He could capsize at any time. At this critical moment, Su Yu could no longer hold back. He took out a ring-shaped treasure on the spot. This was the treasure of the Time Wilderness, and it was a defensive type. As soon as the ring was taken out, it erupted with defensive power at the level of the Heaven Law Master. The ring spat out a cloud of mist, which enveloped Su Yu. Boom! The shadow of the ruler arrived and bombarded him. The extremely dazzling ruler shadow broke through the clouds and mist. But the mist also offset most of the shadow of the ruler, causing it to shrink. When it reached Su Yu's body, there was only a thin layer left. But even so, it instantly crushed Su Yu into pieces. His life was instantly ended. The emperor's ruler sensed it and slowly left. Not long after it left, the particles reformed into Su Yu's form. However, it was different from the previous resurrection. His reborn body was actually mixed with multicolored spots of light. His body seemed to be mixed with a handful of colorful sand, which was particularly strange. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to recognize Su Yu's race. Su Yu's face was gloomy. Looking at the strange state of his body, his heart was even heavier. These colorful particles were the residual power left in his body when the emperor's ruler cut his body. Because of the existence of these particles, his body could not completely heal. What was even worse was that his cultivation and domain had been affected by the residual power and couldn't be used. However, the most troublesome thing was that his body faintly showed signs of cracking again. He had to find an external force to dispel the remaining power in his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't live for long. His body was restricted by these powers and could not use resurrection again. That meant that he would really disappear from this world. He gritted his teeth and quickly left this place. Such a huge commotion would definitely attract many experts. Not to mention that Xiaohao would send someone to investigate. As expected. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea after he left, several Dao Lord experts arrived. The leader of the group was none other than golden-eyed Lang Jun. He closed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Is he not dead?" Perhaps the others thought that Su Yu would definitely die, but Bureau Chief Jin Tonglang had an intuition. Su Yu was not dead. The investigating tunnel masters said slowly, "There is a large amount of life force left in this place, and there are no remains of that person. It can be confirmed that the other party faked his death and deceived the ruler." Hee hee. The golden-eyed scholar laughed hoarsely. "Then what are we waiting for? If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." The few tunnel masters nodded and carefully investigated the surroundings. Very quickly, they found a row of bloody footprints. Dongfang, chase. A group of people followed the bloody footprints and gave chase. At one point, they chased all the way to a river 10,000 miles away. By the river, a cow with blood-stained boots tied to its hind hooves was drinking water as if no one else was around. Seeing this, the few tunnel masters immediately understood. "We've been tricked," they said in a low voice. This was a smokescreen that Su Yu had given them. The real Su Yu had no idea where he was going. Search carefully, this person should be seriously injured. The golden-eyed scholar was blind, but his observation skills were even stronger than the tunnel masters. "Why are you so sure?" The golden-eyed scholar laughed. Because if he was not seriously injured, why would he need to use a smokescreen? That was true. With the power of that mysterious person, he would only use such a method if he was seriously injured. Cert. The tunnel masters not only searched on their own, but also mobilized the guards of Beiming City to search everywhere. Su Yu had returned to Beiming City, wrapped in a black robe. He knew that outside of Beiming City, it was all wilderness and forest. It would be easier to find a person that way. On the other hand, Beiming City was easier to hide in. But even though Beiming City was huge, where could he hide? The current him did not have an ounce of Shen energy in his body. He could not even use the most basic form of communication. Otherwise, he could still contact Yangran and have her come back to fetch him. After walking for a while, Su Yu leaned against the wall weakly. His body was swollen and painful. That was a sign that the power of the Emperor's ruler was about to destroy his body. Su Yu laughed bitterly. How long had it been since he had been in such a state? The last time was in the Jojo continent, when he had turned into a white-haired old man. Apart from the pain, Su Yu's soul felt a deep sense of exhaustion. He had overexerted his soul before, and now the repercussions were finally showing. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Finally, he could not help but lean against the wall and fall asleep. After an unknown period of time, Su Yu felt a warmth on his body, and could not help but wake up from his dream. Out of years of vigilance, he stood up and swept his palms around his body. "Creator, it's me." Su Yu immediately woke up, and immediately stopped. When he opened his eyes, it was Wen Shui. She was using warm water to wipe Su Yu's body. "It's you." Su Yu suddenly realized. Wen Shui was created by Su Yu, and he was her creator. She could feel Su Yu's existence even without a message. She probably sensed that Su Yu was in danger and went out to look for him. "Creator, please lie down. My husband has gone out to look for medicine to remove the remaining power in your body." Su Yu looked down, and the 9 colored light spots on his body had obviously dissipated by more than half. "How long have I been asleep?" "A year." Su Yu was shocked. He had been asleep for such a long time. Then, did Wen Shui's husband treat her for a year before the power of the Emperor's ruler was weakened? Calming his emotions, Su Yu said, "Thank you. It's my duty." The Creator has given me everything. Wen Shui was as gentle as water. Su Yu looked at her and sighed slightly. He had given Wen Shui life and soul only to let her keep the white feather gate. Therefore, when he created her, he did not give her enough life. According to the time, she had less than 5 years left to live. What could she do in 5 years? For martial cultivators, it was over in the blink of an eye. Have you ever blamed me? Su Yu asked. Chapter 2670. Wen Shui shook her head with a smile. No, on the contrary, I am very grateful to you, Creator. You gave me a part of my life, a memory of being born as a spirit, a warm and touching moment. Wen Shui's face was filled with contentment and happiness. Thank you, Creator. Su Yu had mixed feelings. Are you satisfied so easily? Su Yu asked. Wen Shui said gently, I met the most right person in my short life. Why wouldn't I be satisfied? The most right person? Does she mean her husband? Su Yu really wanted to meet her husband. At this moment, a gentle smile came from outside the door. Wen Shui, I have bought the herbs. Go and boil them. Wen Shui stood up with a smile and looked at the young man who walked in with affection. However, when the latter saw Su Yu sitting on the bed, his pupils constricted involuntarily. Then, the smile on his face froze. Wen Shui, go and boil the herbs. I want to have a talk with the Creator, her husband said. Wen Shui looked back and forth between the two of them and said with a smile, you two will get along well. When she went out, however, her husband pulled out the axe from his waist and stood in front of Su Yu. Su Yu, what did you say to Wen Shui? Su Yu looked at him calmly without fear. Beast Slave King, the world is really small. The fiendish criminal who was suppressed in the Light Palace back then was unexpectedly Wen Shui's husband. Life was unpredictable. Su Yu, don't think I won't kill you. The Beast Slave King clenched the axe tightly and a murderous look appeared on his face. Su Yu said calmly, if you wanted to kill me, you would have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? The Beast Slave King snorted and put away the axe slowly. I should have killed you a long time ago. The Beast Slave King didn't expect Wen Shui's creator to be Su Yu, who had a grudge against him in the past. It wasn't until Wen Shui carried Su Yu back from the street that he saw the real creator. The Beast Slave King wanted to kill Su Yu immediately. However, Wen Shui took good care of Su Yu, her expression filled with worry and concern. Therefore, he couldn't bear to kill Su Yu. He was afraid that if he killed Su Yu, Wen Shui would be sad and cry. I'll have to thank you for showing mercy. As Su Yu stood up, he felt that his body had become much lighter, and he could faintly feel a wisp of mysterious energy flowing within his body. It was enough to open a spatial storage device or send a message. The Beast Slave King warned, don't tell Wen Shui about my past, otherwise, I'll make you regret it. As a matter of fact, Su Yu could open the space storage artifact and summon the charming Empress of the Nine Nether to kill her. But he didn't. Don't worry, I'm still waiting for you to save me, Su Yu said expressionlessly. Only then did the Beast Slave King feel relieved. He looked at the beautiful figure outside the house, his eyes filled with tender affection. After hesitating for a while, he said, since Wen Shui saved you, can you extend her life? How could the Beast Slave King not notice that Wen Shui's life force was almost depleted? Su Yu shook his head slowly. Her life was created by me with the domain of life, and it will eventually dissipate. Life forms that asked for water were different from real living beings. There was no way to prolong one's life, let alone resurrection. Can't you create another one? The Beast Slave King said excitedly. He didn't want to be separated from Wen Shui. Su Yu's face was gloomy. Yes, I can even create a person who is exactly like her, with the same soul and the same body, but it won't have any memory of Wen Shui. Hearing this, the Beast Slave King's legs trembled, and he held onto the table weakly. Are you sure you want me to create another one? Su Yu asked. The Beast Slave King's face turned pale, and he shook his head resolutely. No. The only thing in my heart is the smile of the person on the riverbank. To him, the newly created Wen Shui was just a puppet. Su Yu nodded with a complicated expression. Then spend the next 5 years with her. 5 years was not a long time, even for ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, it was the time of life and death. Thank you. The Beast Slave King lowered his head and said, "Thank you for leaving Wen Shui in this world." Su Yu looked over, and found that the Beast Slave King's face was covered in tears. Those were tears of sorrow. How happy he was today, how cruel he would be in 5 years' time. Su Yu frowned slightly. If one day, he could cultivate all of his domains to the origin level, maybe he could recreate the Wen Shui of today. But that was still a long way off. Perhaps, the Beast Slave King couldn't wait for that day to come. "Creator, can you get out of bed?" Wen Shui finished brewing the medicine, and she smiled delightedly. Su Yu nodded. "My body is fine now." He glanced at Wen Shui, and then took out a Dominator's treasure. It was the lowest level Dominator's treasure, but it was still at the level of the Heavenly Law Master. "Beast Slave King, take this, I hope you can use it." He handed it to the Beast Slave King. The Beast Slave King scanned it with his consciousness, and he couldn't help but be moved. After understanding its use, he handed it back decisively. "I don't need it." Su Yu took it back with a poker face, and said, "Well, if you need it, come to me again." After saying that, he looked at Wen Shui deeply, and said, "Take care." He swore in his heart that from now on, he would never create another creature easily. Never. "Creator, please don't go out. People are looking for you outside," Wen Shui said. Su Yu said calmly, "Don't worry, for now, no one knows my true appearance." He had been facing the outside world with a bamboo hat, so Xiaohao and the others only knew about the mysterious man, but they didn't know Su Yu's true appearance. However, as they were talking, a group of people surrounded the house where they were. "My lord, this is the family that has been buying medicine to remove injuries from this small shop for the past year." A shopkeeper nodded and bowed as he led the way. Behind him, there were 4 tunnel masters. One of the tunnel masters was as powerful as Fei Yunsheng. "Is that so?" The tunnel master took a step forward, and the wall of the house collapsed. He glanced around, and his gaze landed on the medicine that was being fried in the corner of the yard. A house of 3 people has been using medicine to remove injuries for a whole year. The tunnel master at the peak of the early stage looked at Su Yu and the others with a faint smile. "Among you, who needs to recuperate?" Wen Shui's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but lean into the arms of the Beast Slave King. She was a mortal, and the invisible pressure of the tunnel master had an indescribable deterrent effect on her. The Beast Slave King hugged Wen Shui nervously. His cultivation was far from enough to fight against the tunnel master. Su Yu sighed softly, and took a step forward. He said, "It's me." The tunnel master's gaze swept over like lightning, as if he wanted to pierce through Su Yu's body. "Your body is a little strange," the tunnel master said slowly. With a tap of his foot, a majestic force brushed past Su Yu's shoulder, and tore his sleeve open, revealing the skin underneath. A few spots of 9-colored light could be seen clearly. The tunnel master's pupils shrank, and he was ecstatic. "It's really you. I actually found you." Chapter 2671. The entire Beiming city was searching for Su Yu. This was because Xiaohao had issued a huge reward. Anyone who found Su Yu would be rewarded with a treasure that belonged to the Time Master. Who would not be tempted by the rewards today? Not only did Xiaohao's people join in the search, even unrelated people were mobilized. They had thought of every possible way to find the place where Su Yu could possibly be hiding. The peak early stage Earthmaster before them was one of the smarter ones. Since Su Yu was injured, he would need to use a large amount of medicine. Thus, he had sent people to watch the medicine store. Over the past year, they had found many suspicious people, but they had all been captured. Now, they had finally found the wanted person. "Surrender yourselves. I can make it easier for you," the Earthmaster said excitedly. Su Yu's expression was calm. There was not the slightest bit of panic or unease. "Sure." Su Yu did not resist, allowing them to suppress him. Ha 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 ha. The peak early stage Earthmaster could not help but laugh. Even though he did not understand why Su Yu did not resist. But it would be best if Su Yu was willing to surrender. "I'll go with you." Su Yu was very obedient. He did not want to resist, as that would implicate Wen Shui. It would not be too late to resist after leaving this place. But the peak early stage Earth Master turned to look at Wen Shui and the Beast Slave King, his gaze cold. These two are harboring a wanted criminal. Kill them. Yes. A few guards immediately rushed out from behind him and charged towards the two of them. The Beast Slave King clenched his teeth, taking out the axe at his waist, protecting Wen Shui behind him. Don't come over. But his roar was like an ant's resistance in front of the guards, not even the slightest bit of respect. The three guards had cold expressions, immediately taking action. But at that moment, a purple light suddenly flashed past. It was Su Yu, who had opened his space storage device and released the little Kylin. The little Kylin spat out a green flame, burning the three guards into ashes. Seeing this, the several Earth Masters frowned. The peak early stage Earth Master reacted quickly, whipping toward Su Yu's head, wanting to beat him half to death and prevent him from continuing to open his space storage device. This was to prevent him from releasing anything dangerous. Unexpectedly, just as he stretched out his hand, a small palm print was imprinted on it. Rub, rub, rub. The peak early stage Tao Lord was forced back by the palm strike. Su Yu took a closer look and released a second person from his space storage device. It was a young girl wearing a bamboo hat. She was very petite, but there was not the slightest trace of a living person's aura on her. This person isn't simple. Attack. The early stage peak Pathmaster had been wondering why Su Yu had allowed himself to be captured so easily. It turned out that this person had other plans. Two tunnel masters rushed over and joined forces with him. The might of the attacks of the three Tao Masters could be imagined. It was impossible for the bamboo-hatted girl to withstand it alone. However, what caused the corners of the mouths of the three Pathmasters to twitch violently was that Su Yu rubbed the space storage device. In the end, an even more powerful Nine Serenities demon appeared. After the latter appeared, he joined forces with the bamboo-hatted girl to launch a counterattack. The bamboo-hatted girl and the Ninth Nether Demonic Empress were both Earth Tao Masters at the peak of the early stage. How could the other three Earth Tao Masters possibly contend against them? In a single exchange, two of the Tunnel Masters were killed. As for the early stage peak Earth Lord, he was injured by the palm strike. The two of them joined forces to kill him. The latter's eyes flickered, and he immediately fled. Forget it, don't chase after him, Su Yu said to stop them. Their top priority was not to kill the Earth Tao Master, but to safely escort him, Wen Shui, and the Beast Slave King out of Beiming City. They could not stay here any longer. Su Yu looked at Wen Shui and the Beast Slave King apologetically. I did not want to disturb your lives, but now it looks like you have to come with me. He would rather not resist and allow them to capture him, as he did not want to implicate them. However, things did not go as he wished. The Ninth Nether Demonic Empress took action, quickly bringing them away from Beiming City. The time channel had already been destroyed, and Su Yu could not use the space domain. He could only rely on the Ninth Nether Demonic Empress cultivation to bring the group on a long journey. A day later, they left Beiming City and arrived at the territory of the Earth Tao Masters. However, the number of pursuers from Beiming City continued to increase. Among them were powerful fighters like the Ninth Nether Demonic Empress. Master, it might be difficult for us to escape, the Ninth Nether Demonic Empress said. Su Yu frowned slightly. He pointed at the injuries on his body. With your strength, how long will it take for you to expel the remaining energy in my body? Half a day is enough, the Ninth Nether Demonic Empress said confidently. The remaining energy in Su Yu's body had already been cleansed by Wen Shui for half a year. Coupled with the fact that the Ninth Nether Demonic Empress had absorbed an entire pot of absolute beginning liquid, her strength had improved significantly. Only then could she succeed in half a day. However, the other party might not even need half a day to successfully catch up. The Ninth Nether Demonic Empress was worried. To expel the remaining energy, a very quiet environment was required. They did not have such conditions at the moment. Su Yu looked at Wen Shui and the Beast Slave King. This place has already left the danger zone. You should hide yourselves. Those people were here to kill Su Yu. As long as Wen Shui and the Beast Slave King hid their identities, they would not be in any danger. Creator, Please allow me to go through thick and thin with you. Su Yu shook his head lightly, glancing at the beast slave king beside her. Cherish the people in front of you. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves, and a tornado swept the two of them to the ground. Under the protection of the charming Empress of the Netherworld, he continued forward, drawing away a large number of enemies. Master, we can only give it a try. The ninth Nether Demonic Empress had no other choice. Only when Su Yu's body recovered and he was able to use the space domain could he possibly escape from the overwhelming pursuit behind him. Su Yu nodded. It doesn't matter. Even if he could recover a tenth of his strength, he would be able to activate an attack-type sovereign treasure and escape from danger. Hence, the Phantom of the Nine Serene Demons brought Su Yu with her as they escaped, while taking the risk to treat Su Yu's injuries. If he were to be interfered with midway, it would result in the uneven control of his power, and it was very likely that the residual power would be stimulated. As a result, Su Yu was severely injured, which made his situation even more dangerous. But he had no other choice now. At that time, after Wen Shuai and Beast Slave King landed, they immediately hid themselves. The Beast Slave King heaved a sigh of relief. He was safe for now. The Beast Slave King could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he thought about how he had been attacked by a group of tunnel masters. As he thought about the two underworld masters that Su Yu had summoned, as well as the small Kylin, a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It should be said that he was not being merciful to Su Yu. Instead, Su Yu had spared his life out of respect for Wen Shuai. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Chapter 2672. My husband, you should hide yourself. Wen Shuai stood up suddenly. The Beast Slave King was startled. Wen Shuai, what are you doing? You'll be discovered. With the strength of those Earth Lords, they would be able to detect any slight movement. Wen Shuai said sadly, I only have 5 years left to live. I'll die sooner or later. It's my honor to die for the Creator. The Beast Slave King had mixed feelings. He knew that half of Wen Shuai's heart belonged to him, and the other half belonged to the Creator. Wen Shuai, the enemies who are chasing after the Creator are too powerful. You can't do anything, the Beast Slave King advised. However, he did not expect Wen Shuai to take out a human skin mask. After it covered his face, he could see that it was Su Yu. At the same time, she stretched out her palm. Husband, give me my bundle. Their important belongings had always been stored in the Beast Slave King's interspatial storage device. The Beast Slave King took it out in confusion. Wen Shuai opened it and took out a set of clothes, shoes, and even a wig that were exactly the same as Su Yu's. She put them on skillfully. At first glance, Wen Shuai looked exactly like Su Yu except for their auras. Finally, Wen Shuai took out a jade bottle that was glittering with 9 colored light spots from the bag. She collected all the 9-colored power that had washed off Su Yu's body over the years. She opened the bottle cap and poured the water all over herself. Wen Shuai, you are crazy. The Beast Slave King finally understood what she meant. Wen Shuai looked at the Beast Slave King affectionately and said with a smile, My husband, I'm very happy to have you in this life. Please find another woman to love in the future. The Beast Slave King grabbed her wrist and was about to stop her. However, Wen Shuai opened her palm and blew on it gently. A mass of white powder flew out and sprayed on the Beast Slave King's face. As a result, the Beast Slave King fell into a coma. The white powder was given to her by the Beast Slave King to protect herself. When the Beast Slave King was not around, Wen Shuai could use it to subdue the enemy if someone approached. However, the Beast Slave King did not use it on the enemy. I'm sorry, my husband. Wen Shuai squatted down and kissed his forehead gently. Then, she turned around and ran in another direction. It turned out that when she had rescued Su Yu, she had already anticipated that such a day would come. Therefore, for the past year, she had been preparing for this day. He didn't expect it to come so soon. However, she was still very brave and chose to sacrifice herself for Su Yu. Several hours passed. That early-stage peak Earth Lord followed the remnant power of the Son of Heaven's ruler and charged over. Just as he was about to give chase, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he looked in another direction. After pondering for a moment, he said, I'll go in this direction. You guys continue forward. The aura of the rulers might have appeared in both directions. He couldn't let either of them go. The direction he chose was the direction that Wen Shui escaped in. It was impossible for a mortal to escape too far. It only took him 2 hours to find Su Yu. However, all he found was Su Yu's torn and bloodstained clothes. His dead. The early stage Peak Dao Lord frowned slightly. He grabbed at the air and grabbed Su Yu's clothes, then muttered, "It's really Su Yu's aura." Looking at the vast and boundless lake in front of him, the early stage Peak Dao Master snorted coldly. "You deserve a quick death." After saying that, he turned around and left. Not long after, a head emerged from the lake's shore. It was Wen Shui. Although she was determined to sacrifice herself for Su Yu, she wasn't foolish enough to throw her life away in vain. She got up and shook off her drenched clothes, muttering to herself, "I guess I've already bought some time for the Creator." But all of a sudden, a gentle breeze blew over. Wen Shui felt the chill and couldn't help but shiver. Turning her head to look, her heart skipped a beat. Because there was a figure reflected in front of her. It was the early stage Peak Dao Master who had returned. His face was cold, like Brahma staring at a speck of dust. "You think you can deceive me?" Which of those who could cultivate to the level of Dao Master wasn't extremely cunning? Wen Shui was too naive and underestimated the Dao Master's intelligence. The other party easily tricked her out of the water. However, Wen Shui wasn't afraid. She had already seen through life and death. What was there to be afraid of? "Creator, I hope you're safe." Wen Shui didn't even look at the early stage Peak Dao Master. Instead, she clasped her hands together in front of her chest and prayed inexplicably. The Dao Master's eyes were cold. A ripple of light flickered past, and Wen Shui stood rooted to the ground, unable to move. She maintained her posture, and there was even a serene smile on her face. However, her life had already withered. Not a single trace of it was left. On the other side, with the demonic queen of the 9 serenities personally taking action, the remnant power retreated quickly. Before long, Su Yu was able to use some of his strength. Another 2 to 4 hours should be more than enough. However, at this moment, a large group of Dao Masters caught up from behind. A large group. There were as many as 30 of them. The only fortunate thing was that the early stage Peak Dao Master wasn't among them. "Come out." Su Yu summoned the bamboo-hatted young lady. With her abilities, she should be able to deal with more than 30 people. The bamboo-hatted young lady brought up the rear, killing anyone who came near. The demonic queen of the 9 serenities seized every second to help Su Yu dispel the remnant power in his body. Time passed bit by bit. The bamboo-hatted young lady and the Dao Masters behind her were locked in battle. Her abilities were far superior to the other parties. However, the other party had too many people. Moreover, as they discovered that Su Yu was right in front of them, they were eager to contribute and charged forward fearlessly. This made it difficult for the bamboo-hatted young lady to deal with them. The portion of Su Yu's soul in her body was being depleted at an alarming rate. In another cup of tea's time, the portion of her soul would be exhausted. At that time, no one would be able to act as their trump card. 1 joss sticks time passed. 2 joss sticks time passed. Finally, the bamboo-hatted young lady had reached her limit. Fortunately, the remnant power in Su Yu's body had been dispelled by more than half. In a short while, he could successfully use 1/10 of his strength to activate the Time Master's treasure. However, at this moment, an extremely swift and fierce figure took advantage of the bamboo-hatted young lady's weakness to launch a sneak attack from behind. Bang! The young lady was sent flying. With no more protection behind the demonic queen of the 9 serenities, the figure turned and attacked her from behind. The demonic queen of the 9 serenities was shocked, but she could not stop healing Su Yu's injuries. With her own body, she took the blow head-on. Puff! A ball of warm blood sprayed all over Su Yu's face. This caused his handsome face to reveal an indescribable evilness. "You can't escape." The attacker was the early-stage Peak Dao Master who had caught up. With a hideous laugh, he reached out to grab Su Yu's head. However, on his blood-covered face, a pair of tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A pair of eyes that were filled with a deep, cold glint reflected a cold light that could destroy the world. Chapter 2673. Suyu flicked his palm, and 3 flying needles flew out one after another. At such a close distance, an ordinary person would not be able to react in time. However, this early-stage peak roadmaster was not an ordinary person. He opened his mouth and shouted. A beam of yellow light shot out, deflecting the flying needle. But the second flying needle followed closely, piercing his forehead. He had no choice but to take a step back and switch from offense to defense, dodging the flying needle attack. But just as he dodged, the third flying needle pierced his forehead. This was the soul-destroying flying needle personally crafted by the charming Empress of the Nine Nether. A single needle could kill a strong roadmaster. Ah! The man screamed in pain. His soul was severely injured, but he did not die immediately. Because his cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage, he grabbed his forehead with his palm and sucked the flying needle out. But at that moment, the second flying needle shot out. Scram! How could a flying needle hurt him when he was on guard? He slid his shoulder lightly and avoided the flying needle. However, the strangest thing was that even though he had clearly dodged the flying needle, it still pierced his forehead. Because the flying needle contained the space domain. It looked like he had dodged it, but it was just an illusion. 2 flying needles immediately froze most of his soul. His consciousness was thrown into chaos, and he attacked wildly in all directions. The third flying needle in Suyu's hand shot out. With a swoosh, the flying needle pierced the man's forehead the very next moment. That was because the last flying needle contained the time domain. 3 flying needles pierced the early-stage roadmaster's body without a doubt. His body gradually stopped struggling, and finally lay motionless on the ground, completely dead. Suyu stood up slowly, looking a little tired as he examined the charming Empress' injuries. Her back had been shattered, and her injuries were not light. Suyu condensed a life domain in his palm to heal her. After half a cup of tea's time, the charming Empress had mostly recovered. "Don't worry about me, go help the clone," Suyu said. The latter immediately rushed over to help the clone kill the pursuers. Suyu replenished his mysterious path energy. After a moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I haven't felt this power in a long time." After thinking about it, Suyu grabbed the air and pulled out his thread of fate. The traces of the fracture had already disappeared. It meant that he had survived the crisis of life and death. "It's all thanks to Wen Shui." Suyu sighed. If it wasn't for her help, they might not have been able to survive this. Thinking of her, Suyu was secretly worried. I wonder if she and the Beast Slave King are safe. With that in mind, he casually grabbed at the air, trying to grasp Wen Shui's fate. However, his palm was empty. Suyu's heart thumped, and he tried to grab it again, but he still couldn't catch it. There is only one kind of destiny that cannot be grasped. That was the dead. Something had happened to Wen Shui. Suyu's heart thumped, and he immediately teleported forward. 2 hours later, he appeared in a patch of weeds, but all he saw was the unconscious Beast Slave King. "Wake up!" Suyu kicked him. Stimulated by the outside world, the Beast Slave King finally woke up. After a short period of confusion, he immediately exclaimed, "Askwater, where is Askwater?" As Suyu inquired about the details, his face darkened. "She actually disguised herself as me and lured the enemy away." Suyu felt as if his throat was blocked by something. He felt an indescribable discomfort and shock. Wen Shui was just a creature that he had unintentionally created. She could be used as a sacrifice at any time, and was never valued. Why would she do this for Suyu? She could even give up her own life for him. Filled with complicated emotions, Suyu used all kinds of methods to investigate the surrounding situation. Finally, he locked onto a direction, and sped off with the Beast Slave King. On a sparkling lakeside, a beautiful woman in green stood with her hands folded in front of her chest, bathing in the afterglow of the setting sun. Her long shadow quietly accompanied the lonely figure. She was like a stone statue, a fairy that had been frozen in the flow of time and space, standing there forever. "Wen Shui!" The Beast Slave King let out a heart-wrenching cry. He pounced forward and hugged the figure in his arms. But all he hugged was a cold, devoid of warmth. The coldness was like a sharp sword, piercing deep into the beast slave king's heart. She twisted the last remaining gentleness, the last remaining beauty, the last remaining kindness in his heart into pieces. Before meeting Wen Shui, he had never cared about good or evil, only his own preferences. But after meeting Wen Shui, for the first time, he wanted to be a good person. At least, in Wen Shui's eyes, he was a good person. Now, all of this was torn to shreds by the cold, sharp blade in his arms. Ah, no. The beast slave king cried bitterly. His cries reached the heavens, shattering the dark clouds. Torrential rain poured down, drenching the earth. But no matter how much the beast slave king cried, Wen Shui remained in his arms peacefully and quietly. Those eyes could no longer be opened. Su Yu was silent, but his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He looked up at the sky, looking at the unceasing rain, his heart filled with sorrow. Was I wrong? Su Yu muttered to himself. Perhaps he should not have created Ruo Shui in the first place. Her existence, her death, was destined to be a tragedy. If you were wrong, then what are Wen Shui's gratitude, wishes, and expectations for the world? The beast slave king had long since calmed down. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse and penetrating. It's not you or Wen Shui who was wrong, it's the world. On the back of the beast slave king, a black fog was visible to the naked eye, condensing into a ferocious beast face. Su Yu felt that the face was somewhat familiar. Xiaohao. The beast slave king hugged Wen Shui, his voice low. I will destroy you. With a roar, the beast slave king turned into black fog, heading straight for Beiming City. Su Yu extended his arm, stopping him. Don't go over, if you want Wen Shui to see you again when she wakes up. Hearing this, the beast slave king's body trembled. You can revive Wen Shui? The beast slave king held on to his last shred of hope. Su Yu shook his head. At least not now, but there is still hope. If one day my 8 great domains reach Yuan level, I might be able to revive both her body and soul. If he were to forcefully revive her now, all he would get would be a puppet like Wen Shui. Yuan level domain? The beast slave king stared at Su Yu. He put down Wen Shui and handed her to Su Yu. Take good care of Wen Shui, I will help you reach Yuan level. After saying this, he turned into black fog and left without waiting for Su Yu to ask. Su Yu looked at the ferocious face behind him, deep in thought. Finally, he looked at Wen Shui, who was peacefully praying in his arms, and his heart ached. With a shake of his sleeves, a wave of life force entered Wen Shui's body, making her immortal. Until one day, Su Yu could make her open her eyes again. I will never create another life for the rest of my life, Su Yu said in a low voice. Chapter 2674. His figure blurred as he turned into a cloud of green smoke and disappeared. 1 year later. At the border of Shiming City and Beiming City, Su Yu returned to this place. After a year of healing, the 9-colored energy in his body had been completely dissolved. His cultivation had been restored. Xiaohao, Emperor Xiaoyao. Su Yu stared at a jade box in his palm. There were countless 9-colored energies lying quietly inside. It was different from the 9-colored liquid that had been washed with water. The energy Su Yu forced out was purer, without any impurities. And the energy it contained was enormous. The ruler that was soaked in half a drop of the Emperor's blood exploded with power several times over. What would happen if I could digest the other half of the Emperor's blood? Su Yu had successfully obtained the other half of the Emperor's blood. He needed to study it carefully. Its power was too great. He could not miss it. Speaking of the Emperor's blood, Su Yu could not help but think of the 9-tailed fox's complete body, which was still in his hands. He did not know if he could extract the Emperor's blood from its body. As he pondered, Rda, and Asan appeared. Lordswa, you are finally here. Rda and the other 2 frowned. They had not completed the mission given by the waning Moon Queen at Beiming City. Lord, how should we report to her? The 3 of them understood the waning Moon Queen's character. She was fair in rewards and punishments. If they did not complete the mission, they would be severely punished. I'm already prepared. Suyu took out a beautiful corpse. This was, of course, a corpse created by one thought to become real. It could only last for about a day. Ah, Lord, you. Rda said in shock. Suyu nodded. I secretly completed the hunt in a year. I can report to the queen now. Hearing this, the three of them were overjoyed. The only regret was that Zhuwei had killed Yangran alone. When it came to rewards, it was not their turn. You three, you have all contributed to our successful return, Suyu said. If the queen asks, I will say that the three of us worked together to kill her. I hope you will not say anything. The three of them were overjoyed. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for the promotion. The three of them were extremely grateful. Suyu was sharing the credit with them. How could they not be grateful? Not long after many years, the group finally returned to Beiming City. As soon as they returned, the waning moon empress summoned them. The four of you are indeed capable subordinates of mine. Very well done. The waning moon empress simply checked Yang Ran's body and ordered people to take care of it. His thoughts were obviously not on Yang Ran. You are in North Ming City. Do you know what happened? The waning moon empress frowned. He did not know if he should be happy or worried. In just a short 2 to 3 years, Northern Ming City had fallen from being the #1 city in the south to becoming a wasteland. Not only was Beiming City devastated, but the Great Emperor Hall was also destroyed twice. The forces in the entire territory were being taken away by the unknown forces at an alarming rate. Now, the overall strength of the Northern Bright City had fallen to a level similar to that of the Western Bright City. The waning moon empress didn't expect such a huge change. Rda spoke in a low voice. According to our understanding, Xiaohao offended someone, and that's why he's in such a state. Alone. The waning moon empress took a deep breath. What kind of person could turn Northern Ming City into such a mess? If they could recruit such a person for their own use, why would they worry about not succeeding? The waning moon empress pondered. The world is really unpredictable. The battle for the Time Master is about to begin, but Northern Ming City has suffered such a huge change. But this is a good thing. She smiled. It's not a good thing for Northern Ming City to be too strong or too weak. The current Northern Ming City is just right. Her black dress fluttered, and her eyes regained their elegance. The waning moon empress was certain, if I'm not wrong, the one who has been secretly recruiting people should be Eastern Ming City. Not only did they take advantage of Northern Ming City's internal strife to buy experts, but they also poached many forces from my Western Bright City. She never thought it would be Southern Ming City. In her eyes, Southern Ming City wasn't even worth mentioning. Only the mindful emperor of Eastern Ming City was wise, calm, and good at forbearance. Perhaps he was the only one who could do such a far-sighted thing. The waning moon empress was excited. Very good, the situation is clear. When the war begins, it will be the beginning of my ascension to the Time Master's throne. She only calmed down after a while. You've all done well. Rda, the three of you can go and receive your rewards. Zhuwei, stay behind. Yes. The three of them left one after another, leaving only Suyu and the waning moon empress. Her expression softened, and she threw herself into Suyu's embrace. Zhuwei, I've made you suffer. Suyu shook his head. It's okay, it's what I should do. He thought to himself. The relationship between the waning moon empress and Zhuwei was really extraordinary. All these years, you've been helping me spy beside the Star Rain Empress. We should have been happy together, the waning moon empress said softly. Didn't I say that your business is my business? So, why should we separate ourselves? Suyu asked. He was still guessing the relationship between the two of them. Do you remember when you went to kill Yangran? I said that when you came back, I would give you everything you want. Suyu certainly remembered. He had come back for this. He felt that the thing the waning moon empress was talking about was not ordinary. What do you want to give me? Suyu smiled. The waning moon empress snorted. You know the answer. Her finger drew circles on Suyu's chest. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Could the waning moon empress be talking about herself? It was difficult for him to accept having sex with such a woman. Let's go, I'll show you. I'm almost there. The waning moon empress let go of her finger and pulled Suyu to her bedroom. She pointed at her bed. A well-hidden space fluctuation appeared. The two of them stepped into the fluctuation and were transported to an extremely dark place. The place was bone-chilling, and the scene was like an underground altar. In the center of the altar, there was a huge block of ice. There was a figure frozen inside. The figure had been dead for an unknown number of years, but the body was intact. The strangest thing was that there was an ancient oil lamp on top of the figure's head. The oil lamp was extinguished, and it was constantly spinning. Seeing the oil lamp, Suyu's pupils shrank. "The holy mortal body," he exclaimed in surprise. The waning moon empress smiled faintly. "Haha, you've finally gotten your wish. Have you seen it?" It turned out that what Wei wanted to know was the waning moon empress's biggest secret. "Back then, in the territory I ruled, I dug up a first grade 9 Serenities crystal and cut out a dead holy mortal body," the waning moon empress recalled. After learning of the situation, the waning moon empress took the body of the holy mortal body away. She killed everyone who knew about it. Chapter 2675. Suyu was secretly surprised. He knew that, except for the Star Rain Empress, none of the other descendants of the Time Master were simple. The mindful emperor had secretly cultivated his strength. The Xiaohao emperor had even found the fragment of Emperor Xiaoyao's clone. The waning moon empress surprised Suyu the most. She had obtained the body of the holy mortal body. Calming himself down, he looked at the unbroken ice and said, "Have you not studied him all these years?" The waning moon empress shook her head slightly. "I have, but not thoroughly. The sacred mortal body is really too mysterious. Just that oil lamp alone is unimaginable." She had been studying it all these years, but she had never made any progress. After all, the holy mortal body was the only existence comparable to the stone fetus emperor. How difficult would it be to study it thoroughly? But, after many years of trying, I have been able to stimulate some of its power, the waning moon empress said mysteriously. "Oh." Suyu pretended to be curious. The waning moon empress pointed to the oil lamp. "See. If I light that oil lamp, I can stimulate the power of the holy mortal body from this corpse." The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. "Light the oil lamp." The flame of Suyu's current oil lamp was too weak and almost extinguished. But he had never found a way to reignite it. The waning moon empress had succeeded. It was unimaginable. "How do I light it?" Suyu asked. The waning moon empress smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret." Suyu's heart surged with murderous intent. Should he capture her alive now and search her memories? However, the waning moon empress changed her tone. "But, of course, it is not a secret to you." She clapped her hands, and a woman with a full beard and lipstick walked out of the dark basement. She was gorgeously dressed. Seeing her, Suyu almost shouted out loud. "Lady Poison Fate." Lady Poison Fate, the owner of the East Pole Market, a 7-star civilization. Suyu had almost been taken back by Lady Poison Fate as a concubine. This woman did not die in the destruction of the Outer Realm and successfully came to the dream-broken boundary of an 8-star civilization. Not only that, but she had also become the waning moon empress's subordinate. It was with this person's help that I was able to successfully study the secret of the holy mortal body lamp. The waning moon empress admired Lady Poison Fate. Suyu suddenly remembered. He and Madame Poison had once been threatened by the divine light of annihilation. Lu Zhu had saved the two of them. At the same time, he had intentionally protected Madame Poison Fate from being killed by him. Could it be that Lu Zhu already knew that Madame Poison Life would guide him to light the oil lamp again? "Yo, isn't this the Empress? Why did you bring a man? Are you afraid that I'll be lonely?" Madame Poison twisted her waist. He purposely lowered his voice and spoke like a woman. Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. As the saying goes, a dog can't stop itself from eating shit. Madame Poison Fate was definitely one of them. After so many years, he was still the same. "Zhuolang is one of my people. Show some respect." The waning moon queen was slightly displeased. Only then did Madame Poison stop teasing her. Then, Does the Empress have any instructions for you? Okay. Show me how to light an oil lamp. Madame Poison immediately revealed a wronged expression and said coquettishly, Empress, you're so bad. You want me to get hurt again? Even the waning moon Empress, who was a woman, felt her veins bulging. Hurry up. At her urging, Madame Poison laughed shyly and reluctantly made a small cut on her wrist. Suddenly, a trace of blood flowed out. However, as a human, her blood was black. Watch carefully. She took out a drop of blood and flicked it onto the oil lamp. Suddenly, the extinguished oil lamp flickered with a faint spark. If there had been more blood, it would have been able to ignite the lamp. Her blood is not ordinary blood. Suyu could only test it this way. Fortunately, the waning moon queen really trusted Zhuwei. Without hiding anything, she said, this guy entered the way with poison. Once, he accidentally consumed a poisonous plant that had been stained by the Emperor's blood. As a result, his temperament changed greatly. His body was still that of a man, but his temperament became that of a woman. Not only that, but a trace of the Emperor's blood still remains in his body. And it was precisely a trace of the Emperor's blood that could light that oil lamp. Hearing this, Suyu's heart thumped. The secret to reigniting the holy body's oil lamp was the Emperor's blood. Suyu had never dreamed that the key to reigniting the oil lamp was the Emperor's blood. After all, it was the Buddha of 10,000 lamps who had helped him reignite the oil lamp for the first time. It was not the Emperor's blood. But the truth was right in front of him. Suyu was suddenly excited. He had half a drop of the Emperor's blood in his hands. Wouldn't it be able to strengthen the flame and reignite the holy body? However, the oil lamp consumes a lot of the Emperor's blood, the waning moon queen said helplessly. A drop of the Emperor's blood can't even sustain the oil lamp for half a day. And even if all the Emperor's blood in Madame Du Ming's body was drained, there would be less than a drop. Hearing this, Suyu's excited heart quickly calmed down. He only had half a drop at the moment, which meant that he could only sustain the holy body for 4 hours. It seemed that he needed to find a way to examine the remains of the nine-tailed fox. Zhualang, is there anything else you want to ask? The waning moon queen said softly. If not, let's spend the night together. She breathed out, her eyes blurred. I haven't been touched by Zhualang for a long time. Hearing this, Madame Du Ming had goosebumps. I'm shy. He covered his face with his palms, but his eyes peeked out. Get lost. The waning moon queen snorted angrily, then turned and took Suyu back to the palace. As soon as she returned, she pushed Suyu onto the bed. She passionately undid his clothes. Suyu hurriedly said, Queen, wait a moment, I have a surprise for you. The waning moon queen's hands did not stop. She asked, what surprise? Suyu wiped his face with his palm, revealing his true face. Look. Ah. The waning moon queen immediately let out a scream. Who are you? She instinctively stepped back, clutching her chest as she stared at Suyu in shock. It was her Zhualang a moment ago. How did he become a stranger in the blink of an eye? Thank you, Queen, for telling me so many secrets. Goodbye. Suyu immediately left. How could the waning moon queen allow him to leave? What did you do to my Zhualang? The waning moon queen immediately used the time realm. Freeze. She had thought that she could easily freeze Suyu. However, to the waning moon queen's surprise, Suyu was not restricted by the time realm at all. Are you also proficient in the time realm? The waning moon queen asked in disbelief. However, seeing that Suyu was about to steal it, a hint of madness flashed in her eyes. What did you do to my Zhualang? She took out a lion-shaped seal from her chest. Chapter 2676. She crushed the lion seal in her hand. A subtle fluctuation of the time realm surrounded her body like a defensive belt. This item was used for defense and could not attack the enemy. Except for special occasions. The crazed waning moon queen slapped her palm toward the top of her head. It posed a great threat to his life. The fluctuation of the time realm seemed to sense it and immediately radiated outward. Suddenly, all the space around her was frozen in time. Even Suyu himself was frozen in place. His time realm could not be used in the face of the time freeze. Yuan level time realm. Only the waning moon queen could move freely. Her figure was as fast as a swan as she arrived in front of Suyu and grabbed his neck. "Tell me, where is my husband?" she said fiercely. At that moment, the effect of the time freeze ended. Suyu could finally move again, but he had been subdued. "He is in hell." Suyu spat out a few words and suddenly shot out a flying needle from his mouth. The waning moon queen was caught off guard and hurriedly dodged. Taking advantage of the split second, Suyu used the space realm to break himself down into countless particles and disappeared without a trace. "There is a space realm?" The waning moon queen's eyes flashed with shock. "Are you the successor of the ancient god Jolong?" That was the only explanation for everything. Of course, no one would respond to him. Suyu had already taken the opportunity to leave the queen's hall. He changed his appearance in a corner and calmly left Shimming City. Soon, Shimming City was sealed off and all suspicious people were searched. At the same time, the Holy City, the former lair of the Holy Demon. On top of the collapsed ruins stood a young man with a resolute expression. Raindrops fell, drenching his whole body. "So that person was here before," the young man murmured. If Suyu was here, he would definitely recognize him. The young man in front of him was the baby cut out of the Nine Serenities crystal. Later, in the Nine Serenities world, after a sacrifice, he suddenly grew up. He named himself Chu. He had severed his relationship with Suyu. He had actually sensed the scent left behind by Suyu. Drip, suddenly, the soil behind him squirmed. An old man covered in eyes slowly emerged from the ground. He was the sect master of the Greater One sect. His true identity was a mysterious creature that was cut out from the Netherworld crystal by the real headmaster. Later, he killed the headmaster and pretended to be the headmaster to guard the Greater One sect for many years. It wasn't until the Netherworld realm was dug out that his true identity was revealed. "How is it?" Chu asked without turning his head. The multi-eyed elder shook his head slowly. "The Holy Devil has indeed betrayed the ancient god of the Netherworld and us. It has already stolen the ancient god's good fortune and become the master of the heavenly law." Chu clenched his fists. "Traitor," the multi-eyed elder said hoarsely, "there's no point in pursuing this matter now. What we should worry about is how to bring ancient god Nine Nether back to the earth." Before ancient god Nine Nether perished, he transformed his energy into the 4 great relics. He handed it over to the 4 protectors. If one day, they could find the successor of ancient god Nine Nether and infuse the legacy into the successor's body, then, a new ancient god of the Netherworld would be born anew. "Find the holy demon, kill him, and retrieve the relic," Chu said slowly. The multi-eyed old man said hoarsely, "Just the 2 of us." Chu was silent for a long time before sighing softly. "Only by finding my sister and gathering the 3 protectors will we have a chance of killing the traitor." "Haha, are you still unwilling to meet Suyu?" Chu had a complicated look on his face as he sighed. "I just don't want to implicate him." But now, his sister, the female corpse with the heavenly book characters on her body, was still in Suyu's hands. He could only go find Suyu. Ha ha ha, after all, he is the successor of ancient god Nine Dragon. He's on our side. Fine, I'll go give him a greeting gift. The conversation between the 2 was still lingering in the air. In the rain, there was no one to talk anymore. Time passed in a flash. After many days, Suyu finally returned to Nanming City. At this moment, in the Empress Great Hall, in a world that had its own space, thousands of underworld lords were leisurely cultivating and chatting among themselves. "So, Brother Li has also joined Empress Star Rain. Haha, isn't Brother Zhao the same? A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Empress Star Rain's grace is vast, and we should repay her kindness." As they were talking, Empress Star Rain walked in. Everyone immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Empress." Gazing at the thousands of underworld lords, Empress Star Rain's heart was agitated, and she sighed with emotion. Not long ago, she didn't even dare to dream of having thousands of masters around her. If she had 100 of them, she would have laughed even in her dreams. But now, everything had changed drastically, and she didn't know what to do. "Perhaps my greatest luck was getting to know my brother," Empress Star Rain murmured. After getting to know Su Yu, everything in her life had started to become positive, and unimaginable changes had taken place. Empress, please give us your orders. Empress Star Rain said, I don't have any orders for now. Just focus on training. When the time is right, I will summon you. She followed Su Yu's instructions and hid the strong men she had summoned in secret. She couldn't let outsiders know. As a result, Nanming City was still the weakest in the eyes of outsiders. Empress, I am Ying Quan, and I am willing to serve you. A confident youth with a bull's horn stepped forward and bowed. Empress Star Rain furrowed her brows slightly. I will wait for Mr. Su to come back and help me choose my guards. Please wait patiently. Only a few of her former 10 guards were left. They needed to be replenished. But Empress Star Rain didn't have the talent to jump out at others, so she had to wait for Su Yu to come back and make the decision. Ying Quan was still smiling. I am not talented, but I was once an advisor under the waning Moon Empress. I can help you with many things. Now that Mr. Su is not here, I might be able to share your burden. His intention was to replace Su Yu. Empress Star Rain was disgusted. This person was extremely ambitious, and he didn't just want the position of an advisor. He wanted her as well. During their first meeting, Empress Star Rain had already noticed the obscure look in his eyes. But because of his special status, Empress Star Rain had tolerated him. This was because half of the 300 masters who had surrendered from Shiming City were led by Ying Quan. Therefore, she couldn't afford to offend Ying Quan unless it was absolutely necessary. Not for the time being. Thank you, Mr. Ying Quan, Empress Star Rain replied politely. You can continue to rest. After she spoke, she left the space. Ying Quan stood up and looked at Empress Star Rain's beautiful back. He was stunned. Hihi, big brother Ying, do you really want to get your hands on Empress Star Rain? A crafty-looking confidant behind him asked with a smile. Chapter 2677. He had seen countless people in his life. Looking at Empress Star Rain, one could tell from her eyes that she was a rather simple person. It should be very easy to deceive. If he could deceive her, not only would he be able to enjoy the dream-broken boundaries #1 beauty, he would also be able to obtain such a huge amount of resources from her. The endless crystallization of time, the enormous number of Dao Lords, and the entire Southbright City. At that time, it would all be his. But Big Brother Ying, that Mr. Su's means are extraordinary. We have to be on guard, his confidant reminded. To be able to help Empress Star Rain reach her current level in a short period of time. From this, one could see how powerful this person was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could change the weather with a flip of his hand. He had to be careful of Empress Star Rain. Ying Quan didn't think much of it. He snorted coldly and said, what abilities does that person have? If I have enough time, I can also recruit so many Dao Lords. He mistakenly believed that Empress Star Rain's time crystallization came from her many years of accumulation. Little did he know that every time crystal that he enjoyed as an offering came from Su Yu. I'll look for an opportunity to spar with that so-called Mr. Su. I'll let Empress Star Rain see who's trustworthy, Ying Quan said. The confidant chuckled. Of course it's Big Brother Ying who will crush the other party. Ying Quan was Empress Waning Moon's advisor, so he was very confident in himself. When Queen Star Rain left the space, she recalled Ying Quan's gaze and felt disgusted. Damn it! Queen Star Rain angrily punched the garden beside her. In the end, through the relief sculpture, he saw Xiana and her family, who were having a great time inside. She smiled and was about to go in. A figure appeared in the garden. It wasn't anyone else. It was Su Yu. Big brother. She was overjoyed and was about to run in, but she slowly stopped. Su Yu and Xiana gave each other a deep hug. Then, he patted Su Xiao's head. The three of them had a warm reunion. Empress Star Rain did not feel good in her heart. She felt a sour feeling of being abandoned. They were a family, and he was just an outsider. Moreover, when Su Yu came back, the first person he wanted to see wasn't her, but his family. Thinking that, the Star Rain Empress ran off alone and sat in front of the ancient well, frowning. Sigh, people just don't know how to be content, Queen Star Rain muttered to herself. Once you get one, you want more. In the past, she only wanted southern Ming City to be strong. Now that the Nanming City was powerful, she wanted to monopolize Suyu. The ravine at the bottom of one's heart could never be filled. What do you want? I can give it to you. A gentle voice rang out behind him. Looking back, Empress Star Rain couldn't help but feel happy, but then she purposely put on a straight face and said, I don't want anything. Is that so? Don't you want my gift? Suyu took out a drop of the time essence. Although that strand of hair had been temporarily sealed by the mysterious old man, it was still not enough. But every few years, the time essence would still drip down. I don't want to, Queen Star Rain said. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to the time essence. Time essence. Suyu chuckled. You still don't want it. If you don't, I'll give it to someone else. No. Empress Star Rain snatched it over and said with a slightly red face, it's a waste for someone else. Her heart was filled with joy, and the gloominess she had felt just now disappeared. Suyu still remembered her, and he had prepared such a precious gift for her. Absorb it now, and I'll help you refine it, Suyu said. Empress Star Rain nodded happily. Several hours later, Empress Star Rain opened her eyes, which were filled with irrepressible surprise. My time bloodline has been completely activated. Under the effect of the time essence, her broken bloodline power had been restored to normal. From now on, she was a real descendant of the Time Master. Thank you, brother. Empress Star Rain wanted to jump into Suyu's arms subconsciously, but when she thought of his family, she held back. Suyu nodded. Fortunately, I made it before the competition for the Time Master. In another 5 years, the competition for the Time Master would officially begin. That would be the most turbulent and chaotic time in the dream-interrupted realm. She had managed to restore her bloodline in time, so she was considered qualified to compete. I'll need to train in isolation for the next few years. Is there anything I need to deal with personally? Suyu asked. He had finally obtained Xiaohao's time acceleration treasure, so he naturally had to master the restoration method of the Nightmare Crossing Lotus Throne. Secondly, he had to study how to get more Emperor's blood in order to activate the sacred mortal body. Empress Star Rain thought about it and said, yes, I want to select some qualified and reliable people as soon as possible. When you're not around, I can count on them. Suyu suddenly understood. I almost forgot, I have to deal with the group of people who have been recruited. Suyu nodded. The people recruited with a large amount of money were mixed. Some were good, and some were bad. He couldn't use them all recklessly, so he had to screen them. You make the arrangements. Set a time, and I'll inspect them, Suyu said. Empress Star Rain nodded her head in reliance. With her big brother in charge, she could rest assured about everything. Suyu went to a quiet place while he still had time. He took out the 9-colored power left by the Emperor's ruler. The power contained in it was extraordinarily powerful. Wouldn't it be great if he could refine it into his own cultivation? However, if he used it rashly, it would be too dangerous. He didn't want his cultivation to be damaged by this thing again. With a thought, Suyu summoned the dead woman. Take a drop, and I'll observe whether there's a safe way to absorb it. He couldn't, but he could use the dead woman as an experiment. Controlling the dead woman, the separated soul stared at Suyu and said, You're really generous. Suyu frowned. Why are you talking so much? Take it. He handed a drop of the 9-colored liquid to the dead woman, who took it hesitantly. Also, take off all your clothes, Suyu said. He had to observe the changes in her body to see whether the 9-colored power could affect her body again. The dead woman was stunned, and her eyes became a little strange. After a moment of hesitation, she undressed herself reluctantly. Suyu looked at her with a strange expression. What's wrong with you? You're just occupying the dead woman, not the real you. Why are you so hesitant? The consciousness of the separated soul was male, just like him. Why was it so awkward to take off her clothes? Suyu felt strange, as if he was ordering a conscious woman to take off her clothes. Okay. The dead woman pursed her lips, took off her clothes one by one, and finally, she was naked. A beautiful body that was covered in runes entered his eyes. All right, Take it, Su Yu said, staring at her body without looking up. The dead woman raised her hand and put the drop of liquid into her mouth. Chapter 2678. As Su Yu stared at the female corpse, he finally noticed that something was amiss. His eyes turned, and his palms quietly formed a seal behind him. He quietly withdrew his soul that had fused with the female corpse's body. With his current attainments in the soul, he was able to do it silently and undetectably. Why didn't you swallow it? Su Yu took a step back and asked casually. The woman put down the droplet and said, Original, what are you going to do? Su Yu's heart shrank. He had already retracted his subsoul, so it was impossible for it to be his subsoul that was answering him now. It was the dead woman herself. His heart shuddered. The dead woman had woken up a long time ago. She had firmly suppressed Su Yu's divided soul, but she had been hiding it from Su Yu all along. It made Su Yu think that he was still in control of her. Thinking of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. How long has it been? What was her goal? How many secrets did she know about him? What's wrong with you? The dead woman seemed to have noticed that Su Yu had unintentionally taken a step back, so she walked over and asked. Su Yu took another step back and shouted, Stop right there. The female corpse stopped in her tracks. She was a little surprised, but she seemed to have realized something. She immediately checked her body. In the end, he discovered that the split soul that was residing in Su Yu's body was nowhere to be seen. He was exposed. The expression in the dead woman's eyes began to change. His eyes, which were originally exceptionally clear, became grave and stern at this moment. I originally wanted to endure for a while longer. A surge of power at the level of a tunnel master surged forth. Tell me, where did you learn the heavenly book characters? It turned out that the dead woman's target was the heavenly book characters that Su Yu had mastered. However, Su Yu's mastery of the heavenly book words was limited. Thus, she chose to endure and observe silently. He hoped to find the source of Su Yu's knowledge of the heavenly book. Unfortunately, he had no clue. It was only now that Su Yu discovered it by accident. Su Yu secretly pinched a ruler's treasure and said coldly, Why should I sue you? Humph. Just because you took off my clothes the first time we met. The female corpse's face was slightly red as she said angrily. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. When Su Yu first discovered this woman in the Crystal of 9 Serenities, he was surprised to find that there were heavenly book characters on her face. Therefore, he took off his clothes to see if there were any on his body. However, at that time, he only treated her as a corpse. Who asked you to pretend to be dead? Su Yu retorted. Now that he thought about it, she had already woken up at that time, but she had hidden her soul so deeply that Su Yu hadn't noticed it. It was no wonder that Su Yu couldn't resurrect him even when he used the life domain. It turned out that she didn't die at all. How could she be revived? What logic? You have to strip me naked just because I'm dead. The female corpse reprimanded. Hey, is it reasonable for you to pretend to be dead? Su Yu pinched the ruler's treasure and said, If you leave now, you still have a chance, and don't come back. What else? The dead woman laughed angrily. You want to strip me again? Su Yu looked at her naked body. It seemed like there was nothing left for him to take off. Ahem, can't we talk properly? I've saved you from the Netherworld crystal and saved your younger brother. Isn't it good to part on good terms now? Why must we fight and kill? The dead woman was startled. My brother? Who? At this moment, a sigh came from the void. It's me, Protector Fengling. There was a spatial fluctuation. A silhouette appeared. It was Chu, who had just arrived. Protector Chu? Protector Fengling sized Chu up and said in surprise, You've recovered. Congratulations. Chu coughed awkwardly. Protector Fengling, can I ask you to put your clothes back on first? Protector Fengling blushed and put her clothes back on immediately. She said, You came just in time. Let's capture this shameless B***** together. Her face was filled with hatred. Protector Fengling, forget it. Both of us are indebted to him. Chu looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression. Him? Fengling hadn't died, but her consciousness didn't recover immediately. When she was cut out from the netherworld crystal, she only had very vague memories. She remembered being stripped by Su Yu. Chu told her everything in detail. After listening, Fengling covered her mouth. I can't believe your cultivation has regressed and returned to the state of a baby. Chu sighed. If it had been a few decades later, I would have regressed from the state of a baby to the state of nothingness. Mr. Su has done me a great favor. Protector Fengling, please have mercy. Fengling clenched her teeth and glared at Su Yu. It's easy to let him go. Anyway, he has been controlling me for a long time while I was unconscious. Who knows what he has done to me? I'm used to it. But we must make him tell us the source of the words of the heavenly book. Su Yu couldn't defend himself. He really hadn't done anything to the dead woman. He had only taken off her clothes twice. Chu thought about it and said, forget it, Fengling. We'll find a way to undo the words of the heavenly book on you. Humph. Forget it if you don't want to help. I can do it alone. Fengling snorted. I've seen his tricks anyway. In particular, she knew Su Yu's areas and the 3-minute needles like the back of her hand. Huff. Fengling attacked immediately, a layer of faintly discernible pitch-black flames bursting from her body. Su Yu kept the Dominator treasure in his hand. Since she was someone he had just met, it wouldn't be nice to kill her on the spot. You've seen them all, right? What about this? Su Yu opened his palm. The cauldron formed by the condensation of the 8 great areas came crashing down. Fengling was startled. How many more tricks do you have? In the blink of an eye, the black flames on the surface of Fengling's body shot up into the sky, turning into a giant palm that pushed upwards. All of a sudden, the cauldron of the 8 great areas was stopped. But before she could react, Su Yu swiped his palm, and a replica ruler appeared. With a slash in the air, a long beam of 9-colored light struck down from above. Fengling couldn't take it anymore. She was suppressed by the cauldron, and she struggled with great difficulty on the ground. Open. Fengling was an existence at the peak of the early stage of the Pathmaster, after all. She had the vague intention of lifting the cauldron. Su Yu took the opportunity to tap the air, and a needle imbued with the time realm shot over. With a puff, half of the needle sank into the space between her eyebrows. Fengling groaned in agony at the piercing pain in her soul, and she had no more strength to struggle. You obviously can't do it alone, Su Yu said indifferently as he walked over. He glanced at Chu. You want to join in too? Chu stared at Su Yu in surprise. It had only been a few years, but when they met again, Su Yu already possessed the terrifying ability to fight the Pathmaster alone. Mr. Su, please let her go, considering that she has no obvious ill intentions, Chu said with mixed feelings. Su Yu said expressionlessly, she'd better stay forever, lest I have to be wary of her all the time. If he let her go, it was hard to guarantee that this woman wouldn't launch a surprise attack. Chu was in a dilemma. They had come this time to take Guardian Fengling away. Haha, Su Yu, why don't you do me a favor and let her go? I'll give you some additional compensation. There was another spatial fluctuation. Chapter 2679. Seeing him, Su Yu was not surprised at all. So, you are also one of the guardians of the ancient god Joyo. The 4 guardians of the ancient god Joyo had all shown up. The holy demon, Chu, Fengling, and the multi-eyed old man. Ha ha. The multi-eyed old man laughed hoarsely and took out an ancient scroll. The ancient god Joyo had a conversation with the ancient god Joyo about some special uses of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. I think it might be useful to you. The multi-eyed old man tossed it to Su Yu. Hearing that, Su Yu's pupils constricted. Special uses of the divine 9-dragon cauldron? He caught it with the sleeve of his robe and did not use his hand to hold it. Why would the ancient god Joyo pass on such an important method of using it? Su Yu shook his head in disbelief. The divine 9-dragon cauldron was the most important thing to the ancient god Joyo. How could he give it to an outsider? It's true, Chu said. Perhaps the ancient god Joyo had a premonition and distributed what he had learned to the other ancient gods in advance. Just in case something happened to him one day and he couldn't pass on everything he had learned, the ancient god Joyo received part of the method of controlling the divine 9-dragon cauldron. What? Su Yu was secretly shocked. Was there such a thing? His heart thumped and he could not help but withdraw the 8 cauldrons and release Fengling. All right, you can go now. Su Yu waved his hand. He could not wait to read the incomplete scroll. Bastard. Fengling was furious and embarrassed. She wanted to rush over but was stopped by Chu and the multi-eyed old man. You are no match for the descendant of the ancient god Joyo, especially since he has surpassed you. The multi-eyed old man laughed hoarsely. Only then did Fengling give up in anger. Brat, don't let me see you again, Fengling threatened. Unwilling to give up, she used the space talisman and prepared to leave this place to find a place to reunite and discuss the resurrection of the ancient god Joyo. All of a sudden, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone. There was a powerful seal on the door, and ordinary people could not kick it open. Mother, look, father is groping other women inside. The person who opened the door immediately shouted before he could see what was going on inside. Xiana walked over and looked inside. She saw that there were 3 other strangers besides Su Yu. Father is talking to an important guest. What are you doing? Xiana pinched Su Cai's ear. At this time, Su Cai discovered that the situation in the room had changed greatly. She hurriedly explained, feeling wronged, it's true. I just saw father and this naked woman shamelessly entangled together. Su Cai pointed at Fengling. The latter's face turned red from being pointed at, and he said, Hey, let's be clear. We're not tangling, we're fighting. Really, don't you know what nonsense you're spouting? In any case, she just stripped naked. Humph, shameless woman, seducing my father. Su Cai rolled her eyes. Fengling's eyes widened. It's clearly your father. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yu rushed over and covered her mouth. Xiana, why are you here? Quickly take Cai back. Su Yu was quite embarrassed. How could he let this woman say it out loud? That would be even more difficult to explain. All right, husband, please continue with your work. Xiana looked at Fengling calmly. He did not feel threatened at all. She understood that Su Yu would not be tempted by such a woman. The only thing that could tempt him was, apart from her, there was only that woman, right? Thinking of this, Xiana's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Xia Jingyu, it had been 100 years, and she had almost forgotten her face. However, she could not forget her name. The name of the woman who still lived in Su Yu's heart. She grabbed Su Cai and turned to leave. Suddenly, the old man said, My lady, please wait. Xiana turned around and asked, Do you have any advice? The old man blinked his eyes, then suddenly knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, Guardian Duo Mu pays his respects to master. Chu's whole body trembled, and he looked at Xiana in surprise. He hesitated and said, Duo Mu, could she be? Duo Mu responded to him with a solemn look. Chu took a deep breath and knelt down immediately. Guardian Chu pays his respects to master. Fengling was stunned, then knelt down as well. Guardian Fengling pays her respects to master. Apart from Su Yu, Xiana and Su Cai were all stunned. What are you doing? Xiana asked, puzzled. Suddenly, she felt a warmth in her chest, and the little black phoenix flew out, hovering above Xiana's head. The ancient god of Joyo's divine artifact, the divine fire of Joyo. Fengling cried out in shock. This was a divine artifact that only the descendants of the ancient god of Joyo could wield. It had actually appeared in the body of the young girl in front of them. Without a doubt, she was the descendant of the ancient god of Joyo, the master they needed to assist in becoming the new ancient god of Joyo. What are you doing? I am not your master, Xiana said hurriedly. Fengling's eyes were filled with respect as she said, Master, I have eyes but failed to recognize you. She had seen Xiana several times while disguised as the female corpse. However, she had not recognized her identity. Xiana looked at Su Yu in bewilderment, asking for help. Su Yu sighed. I wanted to hide it from you for a while longer. To be honest, he did not want Xiana to recognize the 3 of them. Because if she did, Xiana would be like him, a person that all the rulers wanted to destroy. Unexpectedly, fate had brought them together. Apart from the ambitious holy demon, the other three protectors were gathered around him. And finally, they recognized Chinziana, the descendant of the ancient god of Joyo. Everything seemed to be guided by an invisible force and could not be changed. Husband. Chinziana held Su Yu's arm and asked in confusion, "Do you know anything?" Su Yu told her about how the ancient god of Joyo sealed the Joyo world before his death, and how he distributed his power to the four guardians, passing it on to the next descendant, and how a new ancient god of Joyo finally appeared. Chinziana was stunned for a while. She had not explicitly fought for the power of the ancient god of Joyo, but they had taken the initiative to come to her. In comparison, Su Yu really felt that he was not a descendant at all. Apart from the divine nine-dragon cauldron, he had to rely on himself for everything else. Even the lifetime knowledge that the ancient god of Joyo had given to the other 7 ancient gods required Su Yu to find them one by one. Unlike Chinziana, the guardians had come to him directly. They were all descendants of the ancient gods, but the gap between them was too great. "Master, please let us follow you," the three said in unison. If they could defeat the saint demon, the 4 guardians would unite and give all the gifts to Chinziana. Then, a new ancient god of Joyo would be born. All right. Chinziana thought about it, looked at Su Yu and Su Cai, and nodded in agreement. She had been hiding in the sacred city for many years, and she longed to be able to protect her daughter. She longed to no longer be a burden to Su Yu. Chapter 2680. Mother, how could you take in this vixen? Su Cai popped her head out and stared at Protector Feng Ling angrily. The latter blushed, feeling both angry and amused. Now that Su Cai was the young master, she could not be bothered. "Don't talk nonsense," Chinziana scolded. Su Cai stuck out her tongue and muttered, "She is a vixen, a stinky vixen, a vixen who stole my father." Protector Feng Ling could only smile bitterly. She really wanted to strangle her. Su Yu's veins were throbbing on his forehead. "Cai, stop talking nonsense. I only have a normal relationship with Protector Feng Ling. You're just a kid." "Humph." Su Cai snorted and said unhappily, "You should reflect on yourself, father. You're always provoking this and that." "Heh. Who did I provoke?" Su Yu was amused. His daughter was really unruly. How could she talk to her father like that? "Don't think I didn't see that stinky girl, the Empress. She's sticking to you like a shadow, and you're still trying to please her." She probably saw Su Yu give a drop of the time essence to the Star Rain Empress. She thought Su Yu was provoking her. "Really, seducing married men just because you look like a young girl. Shameless." Su Cai said angrily. The Star Rain Empress was no younger than Su Yu. But because of her physique and cultivation, her appearance had always been that of a young girl of 14 or 15 years old. Moreover, she was so beautiful that Su Cai was a little jealous. "Cai, go back and kneel." Chinziana's pretty face turned cold. She was getting more and more unruly. "I'll kneel." Su Cai ran back angrily with a long face. Chu and Duo Mu looked at each other and smiled. Su Yu's daughter was really rebellious. Chinziana sighed. "I didn't teach my daughter well. I'm sorry." Su Yu looked in the direction of Su Cai, his heart filled with indescribable regret. Su Cai had grown up in a destitute environment, so she was rebellious. Su Cai was also responsible for this. Looking at Chu, Duo Mu, and Feng Ling, Su Yu muttered, "What are your plans for the future? Can you tell me?" He still needed to consider whether or not to leave 3 ancient god 9 nether protectors at his side. Duo Mu looked at Chinziana, and after getting the latter's approval, he slowly said, "We plan to find the Saint Demon and obtain the legacy of the ancient god of the 9 underworlds from him. When the time comes, the 4 remnants will be gathered and a new ancient god of the 9 nether will be created." When Su Yu heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. "What do you mean by recreating an ancient god of the netherworld?" Su Yu asked. Multi-Eyed laughed hoarsely. "Naturally, it is to let Master obtain the power of the ancient god of the 9 nether and become the new ancient god of the 9 nether." "Really?" Su Yu kept his guard up. When it came to ancient gods, he had to be careful. If the ancient god used Qinxiana's body to revive and occupy her body, the gains would not make up for the losses. When do you plan to attack the holy demon? Su Yu asked. Duomu pondered and said, the saint fiend is hiding now. We can only wait for him to appear. Hearing this, Su Yu said meaningfully, that day won't be too far away. The holy demon was ambitious and coveted the entire time domain. Sooner or later, he would appear when the world was in chaos. At that time, the struggle for the position of ruler would be at its most intense. For the time being, you will stay in Empress Star Rain's mansion and try not to show yourselves, Su Yu said. The three of them nodded. After settling them down, Su Yu immediately took out the remnant chapter that Duomu had given him. It recorded the conversation between Ancient God Nine Nether and Ancient God Nine Dragon. In particular, the conversation between Ancient God Nine Dragon was recorded in the most detail. Su Yu's eyes were glued to it, and he looked through it in detail without missing a single word. A few days later, in a cavern world, Su Yu took out the divine nine-dragon cauldron and uttered obscure words. His hands kept forming seals. A moment later, he slammed his palm on the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Raw in an instant, the 8 crystallized dragons looked as if they had been freed from their shackles. They flew down from the divine nine-dragon cauldron and grew to be tens of thousands of feet tall. Each of the giant dragons emitted the same cultivation as Su Yu. Moreover, they each controlled a domain. 8 dragons flight. In an instant, 8 10,000 jong long giant dragons carrying the divine nine-dragon cauldron soared to the sky. The divine nine-dragon cauldron spun faster and faster as the 8 dragons pushed against it. In the end, it turned into an afterimage. Puff, puff. The spinning divine nine-dragon cauldron flew out and smashed everything in its way. It was a complete shattering, destroying both his body and soul. It caused it to not exist in the world at all. Su Yu waved his palm, causing the divine nine-dragon cauldron to slowly stop revolving. Its whole body seemed to be burning red, and it was emitting green smoke. If the ancient god Jiolong were to use it, a casual strike would be enough to destroy the entire dream-interrupted world. Su Yu was not very satisfied with his own performance. The power of the divine nine-dragon cauldron depended on the mastery of the 8 domains. Su Yu had only mastered the middle-level domain, and he was far from being able to unleash the power of this strike. Of course, this was only relative to ancient god Nine Dragon. So far, the power it had unleashed was still quite impressive. With a single strike, an early-stage Dao Lord should have been reduced to ashes, unable to resist at all. In addition, the divine nine-dragon cauldron had many other uses that were unknown to him. The most amazing thing about it was its refinement ability. With the cauldron as the furnace and the 8 domains as the tinder, it could smelt everything in the world. Ancient god Nine Dragon had personally said this in the conversation in the remnant piece. He had once used the divine Nine Dragon's cauldron to refine a fiend whose cultivation was close to that of a sovereign. The evil spirit was dead. However, its great path was refined into 9 elixirs by the divine nine-dragon cauldron. One of the elixirs was given to ancient god Nine Nether. According to ancient god Nine Dragon, one elixir could create a heavenly law master. Su Yu was overwhelmed with emotion as he stroked the divine nine-dragon cauldron. He had never imagined that the divine nine-dragon cauldron would possess such terrifying power. Suddenly, he had a thought. He took out the remaining power of the bottle of the 9-colored ruler. Since the divine nine-dragon cauldron could smelt everything, could he dispel the destructive power of this power and leave only its pure power? With a thought, he immediately poured the whole bottle of liquid into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Then, according to the smelting method that ancient god Nine Dragon had described, he began to activate it. Suddenly, the 8 domains turned into flames and roasted under the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Waves of 9-colored mist emerged from within the divine nine-dragon cauldron. This continued for a full 3 days. Only when there was no longer any trace of the 9-colored mist did Su Yu stop, somewhat exhausted. With ancient god Nine Dragon's power, smelting this little thing would probably take the blink of an eye. Su Yu spent an entire 3 days and 3 nights. He opened the divine nine-dragon cauldron and looked inside. A crystal glass ball the size of a thumb appeared. He immediately took it out and was delighted to discover that it was filled with exceptionally pure power. Without any impurities. The remaining power of the nine-colored ruler had also been completely wiped out. Chapter 2681. He immediately swallowed it. All of a sudden, the Tao marks in Su Yu's body were filled at an alarming rate. In just half a day, he had reached his limit. With a pop, his cultivation broke through to the middle stage of nirvana. However, it had not stopped yet. The power of the crystal ball was incredible, and it was still filling up with Tao marks. 2 days later, Su Yu raised his head and roared. A surge of mysterious path power surged out like a mountain torrent. Late stage of middle nirvana. Su Yu was amazed. The power of the heavenly ruler was almost completely preserved under the refinement of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. That was why it had such great power. It had advanced his cultivation by 2 whole levels. In the future, with the divine nine-dragon cauldron, he would not have to worry about cultivation difficulties. He solemnly put away the remnant of the book and left the secret room. Next, it was time to use Xiaohao's time acceleration treasure to study the cultivation method of the nightmare-crossing lotus throne. However, before long-term isolation, there was one thing that needed to be taken care of. With a thought, he came to the side of Empress Star Rain. She was holding a list of names in her hands, frowning as she thought about it. "Are these the new guards that you have in mind?" Su Yu asked. Empress Star Rain was used to Su Yu's mysterious appearance. Without turning her head, she said, "No, I just listed the stronger ones, but I hope you can help me choose them." After experiencing the repeated betrayals of the guards, Empress Star Rain did not have the slightest confidence in her judgment of people. "Let's go to the cavern world. I will personally inspect them." Su Yu's eyes were cold. Suddenly recruiting so many tunnel masters, there would inevitably be people with ulterior motives. It had to be taken care of. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. When the 2 of them appeared in the cavern world, the many tunnel masters who had sensed it all appeared. Empress Star Rain introduced with a smile, "This person beside me is Mr. Su, my most important advisor." On the surface, Su Yu appeared as her advisor. Hearing this, many tunnel masters looked at him in surprise. They had long heard that Empress Star Rain had a capable advisor by her side. Poaching all of them was the work of this advisor. "Greetings, Mr. Su." They all greeted him. However, some of the tunnel masters did not move. Among them, Ying Quan was the leader. They stood with their arms crossed, not giving Su Yu any face. Empress Star Rain looked over, frowning silently. She would leave the following matters to Su Yu, and she would try her best not to interfere. Su Yu smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, everyone, for coming to lend the Empress a hand. I, Su, am eternally grateful." He swept his gaze across the crowd. When his gaze landed on Ying Quan's group, he discovered that the 300 of them had formed a small circle and did not interact with the other tunnel masters. Furthermore, his attitude towards him seemed to contain a hint of rejection. Especially one of the young men, who looked at him with a playful expression. Su Yu glanced at him as if he hadn't noticed. He continued, "Today, I'm here to select 10 guards for the Empress who are qualified in terms of capability, temperament, and loyalty." After a pause, he said, "The Imperial Guard's pay will also be doubled." Hearing this, all the Tao masters present erupted into an uproar. Their monthly offerings were already an astronomical figure. The personal guards actually doubled the number. Those who are interested can sign up now. Me. I. The crowd burst into an uproar, and Su Yu recorded the names of all the applicants in an orderly manner. But the 300 disciples turned a deaf ear to him. Su Yu looked at them and asked, "Are all of you not willing?" It was as if Ying Quan had been waiting for this sentence. He opened his folding fan with a fake smile and waved it lightly. "Of course we are willing to serve the Empress, but we do not wish to be humiliated." The Tao masters behind him all revealed playful smiles. It was as if they were watching a good show. Su Yu put down the name list and said, "Oh, humiliated? Who humiliated you?" Ying Quan laughed. "Mr. Su, of course. Why do you say that?" Su Yu was calm and composed, not angered. Ying Quan said in a strange tone, "Mr. Su, with your meager cultivation base, you are here to test if we are qualified to become the Empress's guards. If this is not humiliation, what is? He closed the folding fan in his hands and said calmly, "We are here to serve the Empress, not to bend our knees and allow ourselves to be trampled on by others." Actually, these words were what many of the Tao masters were thinking. They were all Tao masters. What was Su Yu? Not to mention the human race, his cultivation base was appallingly low. What right did he have to stand on their heads and act arrogantly? There were many who were unconvinced. Trample on. Su Yu laughed lightly. Ying Quan could not understand the helplessness and contempt in Su Yu's laughter. He stood calmly and said, "I am not talented. I was once the advisor of the waning moon empress. My abilities are 10 times, 100 times better than yours. If you are unconvinced, you can compete with me," Ying Quan said confidently. Now, in front of the Star Rain Empress, he wanted to crush Su Yu in all aspects. Presumably, the Star Rain Empress would understand his importance and replace Su Yu as the person beside the Empress. Following that, he would advance step by step and obtain the Empress's body and heart. He already had a clear and detailed plan in his mind. "All right, let's compete in what you are best at," Su Yu said simply. He did not hesitate in the slightest. Ying Quan was slightly stunned. He had thought that Su Yu would hesitate. He did not expect him to be so straightforward. "I did not know that you were quite confident in yourself." Ying Quan looked at Su Yu thoughtfully. He did not understand where Su Yu's confidence came from. He was a strong martial artist at the level of a roadmaster, as well as the senior advisor of the waning moon empress. No matter how he looked at it, he was stronger than Su Yu in all aspects. "Enough with the nonsense. Tell me, what are you best at?" Su Yu asked indifferently. Ying Quan chuckled. What he was best at was his cultivation level. But in comparison, would Su Yu have the ability to resist? "I do not bully others." "All right, let's first come up with a plan. Let's see who is better." Ying Quan casually tossed out 100 scrolls, appearing in front of the crowd. Ying Quan said proudly, "These scrolls contain the 100 important matters that I have dealt with in my life. Every one of them was handled perfectly, and I have won the praise of the waning moon empress. If you can solve 10 of them, I will admit defeat." The roadmasters behind him secretly shook their heads. Ying Quan's abilities were indeed brilliant. He had dealt with many troublesome matters. The matters recorded in the 100 scrolls were all exceptionally difficult matters. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to solve one of them in a short period of time. Moreover, he had to solve 10 of them. "In order to take care of you, I will give you an extra day to consider," Ying Quan said calmly. Su Yu did not say a word, flipping open the scrolls. He glanced through the first scroll, then the second, the third, the fourth. When he was done, Su Yu creased his brows and asked, "Are you sure you did not take the wrong scrolls?" Ying Quan froze for a moment, flipping through them simply. "Am I wrong?" Su Yu said, "Didn't you say that these were exceptionally troublesome matters? Why are they all trivial matters? For example, there was a scroll that recorded the betrayal of a person carrying important information. In Su Yu's eyes, this was a trivial matter." Chapter 2682. Trivial matters? Ying Quan laughed. He had thought that Su Yu would be shocked by his various abilities. Who knew that Su Yu would casually say that these were trivial matters? Any one of the scrolls would be enough to give a roadmaster a headache. He did not know where Su Yu got the courage to say that these were trivial matters. "You really think too highly of yourself." Ying Quan shook his folding fan and said, "Since you are so confident in yourself, then please solve 10 of them within a day." He looked at Su Yu calmly, wanting to see how Su Yu would embarrass himself in front of the crowd. However, Su Yu only casually raised his brush and casually left a few strokes on the scrolls. Every scroll was the same. Su Yu used less than a joss stick's time to finish reading all 100 scrolls. These trivial matters are a waste of time. Su Yu put down his brush, frowning. Your so-called test is, frankly speaking, quite childish. Ying Quan was stunned. You have solved it just like that. His face was filled with anger. You are good at insulting people. Just a few strokes of the brush was enough to solve an extremely complicated file. Suyu calmly said, "If I were you, I would have flipped through the scrolls long ago if I had the time to dilly-dally." Ying Quan squeezed his folding fan, laughing angrily. "All right, but don't just let me read it. Everyone, take a look." With a wave of his folding fan, all the scrolls flew into the air and unfurled before the eyes of the crowd. The crowd swept their eyes over the scrolls, clearly seeing the words Suyu had written. But the crowd, who had been waiting to see a joke, were all stunned. This was because, according to the scroll, the solution that Suyu had provided was simply flawless. Although there were only a few lines of words, every word hit the nail on the head. "Look at that scroll. I remember that Ying Quan's solution was to save 9 of the 18 hostages. But if we had followed Suyu's method, we could have guaranteed the survival of at least 12 hostages. It looks like Ying Quan's solution was too thoughtless. And this scroll, look." The crowd's eyes were bright. Looking at the same scroll, it was clear whose solution was better. The sneer on Ying Quan's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a stiff expression. Even he had to admit that Suyu's solution was far more brilliant than his. It would have been fine if only 1 or 2 scrolls were like that, but all the scrolls were like that. That would be too shocking. The most frightening thing was that Suyu had completed it within the time it took for an incense stick to burn. 1 incense stick's worth of time. How much experience did he have been able to handle all the files almost perfectly in such a short period of time? Suyu's face was expressionless, and he quietly waited for the crowd to finish reading. He then asked, "Now, who else is still unconvinced?" The way the rest of the people looked at Suyu finally changed. This person was not as incompetent as Ying Quan made him out to be. On the contrary, he was full of wisdom and was an extremely scheming person. Ying Quan felt a little embarrassed, but when he noticed Empress Star Rain casting him a gloating look, he gritted his teeth and said, "What are you so happy about? I haven't even used what I'm best at." He wasn't talking about the Star Rain Empress, but Suyu. "Am I happy?" Suyu asked calmly. "I don't need to be happy just to settle a trivial matter." These words were particularly harsh to Ying Quan's ears. Just now, wasn't Ying Quan gloating over the fact that he had solved 100 scrolls? The one with the surname Su, "Do not insult others." Ying Quan released the powerful cultivation level of an Earthmaster and stared at Suyu. Suyu's expression was calm. "If speaking the truth is considered humiliating, then I can only say that you are too weak. No matter how weak I am still stronger than a Nirvana realm human like you." Ying Quan let out a roar and charged forward. Suyu stood on the spot, not moving an inch. "Strength is what you are best at, right? Wouldn't it have been better if he had done this earlier? Why do you have to seek your own humiliation?" Suyu asked calmly. After a pause, he continued, "But if we compete in strength, you're still asking to be humiliated." With a flick of his finger, 3 flying needles shot out. One of them had a very ordinary trajectory and was easily dodged. As for the other 2, one contained the time domain, while the other contained the space domain. How could Ying Quan deal with them so easily? With a blood-curdling scream, 2-minute needles pierced through his body. In an instant, Ying Quan let out a blood-curdling scream. His soul had been severely injured. He lay on the ground, rolling around with his head in his hands, screaming incessantly. Swish! After retrieving the 3 flying needles, Suyu looked at Ying Quan and shook his head. "You dare challenge me with such meager abilities?" He lifted his gaze and looked at the 300 or so Earthmasters behind Ying Quan. All of them averted their gazes fearfully. Those 3 flying needles were indeed strange. "All right, that's all for the recruitment list for the guards. I will choose the qualified ones from among them." Suyu carried the list and turned to leave with Empress Star Rain. The Earthmasters looked at each other in dismay. Was the selection over just like that? He had not even asked about their specific strengths and special abilities. In the space, time passed in a flash. 3 days later. All of a sudden, the sound of intense fighting could be heard from outside the space. It was as if some extraordinarily powerful person had charged in from outside. With a boom, the space was shattered. Several people with powerful cultivations appeared. Empress Waning Moon and RDA, and Arsan were among them. Great Emperor Xiaohao and Yangran were among them. In Great Emperor Xiaohao's hand was the head of Empress Star Rain. The boundless smell of blood and the sound of fighting swept in from outside. Haha, so there is still a group of survivors here. Great Emperor Xiaohao sneered. Kill them all, leave no one alive. All of a sudden, everyone panicked. What was going on? Had the fight for the Time Master begun in advance? Empress Star Rain's death had caught them off guard. Some of them chose to fight with their lives on the line. But there was also a group of people who thought for a moment and chose to surrender. Only a few of them were thinking calmly. Very well, those who surrender will be spared. Empress Waning Moon said coldly. Ying Quan immediately smiled and led the 300 Earth Masters forward. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Empress Waning Moon looked down at him from above, her brows arched. "Why are you here?" Ying Quan said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, I am here to be a spy for you. Have you forgotten?" As he spoke, he hurriedly took out the secret letter hidden under his skin. When he unfolded it, he could clearly see that Empress Waning Moon's handwritten secret letter was inside. She ordered Ying Quan to lead a group of people and pretend to surrender. She wanted to find out who was secretly controlling the dream domain. And wait for an opportunity to act. That was why Ying Quan dared to set his sights on Empress Star Rain. His goal was to wait for an opportunity to act. Chapter 2683. This snort frightened the 300 underworld lords behind him into hurriedly taking out their identity tokens, indicating that they were acting under orders. He had no intention of betraying the Waning Moon Empress. The other group was Emperor Xiaohao's spies. Everyone revealed themselves and introduced themselves. Very good. Follow me, Empress Waning Moon and Emperor Xiaohao said in unison. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief and looked at the Earth Lords left behind in the space with pity in their eyes. Their fate was clear. Only death awaited them. As for you. When everyone had left, Emperor Xiaohao stood at the gap and looked at them with disdain. This filled their faces with despair. She had just joined Empress Star Rain when she was killed. Was there anyone more unlucky than this? At this moment, they wanted to cry but had no tears. However, Emperor Xiaohao's tone suddenly changed. Congratulations, you have passed the test. The strongest among you will be chosen to serve as Empress Star Rain's personal guard. Hearing this, they were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. On the other hand, the 400 or so Earth Tunnel Masters who had left the space were stunned. Assessment. Just then, they left the space, and the situation of the foreigners became clear to them. As he swept his gaze across the area, his expression changed. Empress Star Rain's residence was peaceful and serene. Where was the slightest trace of a great battle? Moreover, Empress Star Rain was still alive. In the yard in front of him, Suyu was sitting quietly on a chair with his legs crossed. Empress Star Rain massaged his shoulders and back. Mr. Su sure has a way to force out so many problematic tunnel lords. Empress Star Rain was secretly shocked. He had thought that it was an individual like Ying Quan who had a problem. Who knew that there would be so many spies in one go? He had underestimated the Waning Moon Empress and Emperor Xiaohao. Did they think that they could easily poach their people? Who would have thought that they would secretly send a needle? If it was time for the Time Dominator's war, they would change sides. The consequences would be terrifying. She had invited Suyu to test them, which was a wise decision. You guys. Ying Quan immediately understood what was going on. What he didn't understand was that everything just now wasn't an illusion. But why did it feel so real? You managed to figure it out so easily. I really overestimated you, Suyu said calmly. Ying Quan narrowed his eyes. Since it was exposed, what else was there to explain? Kill this man. Ying Quan bellowed. It was only after coming into contact with Suyu that he realized how terrifying Suyu was. He had hidden his strength well. With such a person by Empress Star Rain's side, there would be no end of trouble. However, could Empress Star Rain force them to act? You don't have the right to act as you please in my mansion. She formed a seal with her hands and immediately activated the mansion's formation. That was a mid-stage Dao Lord level formation, and it was used to defend against external enemies. A five-colored energy net fell from the sky. It enveloped everyone who had just come out. Ying Quan did not panic. He sneered and said, "There are so many of us. Why would we be afraid of a mere formation of yours? If it was a formation at the level of a heavenly Tao Master, the 400 or so Tao Masters would naturally be helpless against it. Unfortunately, this was only a mid-stage Tao Lord. Break!" Ying Quan bellowed angrily. Together with the others, they exerted their strength and instantly tore apart the giant net. Then, like a tidal wave, they rushed toward Su Yu. However, Su Yu remained motionless. There was not the slightest bit of fear on his face. He casually took out a small cauldron and tossed it into the air. Suddenly, the small cauldron grew to a size of 10,000 feet. With a thud, it descended and trapped all of them within it. Then, Su Yu activated the 8 great domains. Using the domains as fire, he refined them on the spot. In an instant, screams filled the air. Within the divine nine-dragon cauldron, they exerted all their strength in an attempt to break out of it. The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook incessantly, as if it was about to be opened. Suppress. Su Yu casually tossed out a cauldron of the 8 great domains. The 2 cauldrons overlapped, suppressing much of the resistance. However, they were, after all, more than 400 Tao Masters. With Su Yu's strength, he could not completely suppress them. When they gradually calmed down from their panic and began to work together, the divine nine-dragon cauldron began to show signs of breaking apart. "What are you waiting for?" Su Yu said calmly. "Come and help." Within the space, the group of Tao Masters came out in a line. Under Su Yu's command, they exerted all their strength to suppress the resistance. There were more than 800 of them. Working together to suppress the resistance of more than 400 people was a piece of cake. Thump, thump. In the end, only the sound of raindrops could be heard coming from within the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine cauldron was as stable as Mount Tai, and could not be shaken anymore. 10 days later, the sound of raindrops became much weaker. A month later, only a few sounds of knocking could be heard. Half a year later, the inside was deathly still, and a large amount of black smoke began to rise from it. A whole year later, the last wisp of smoke dissipated from within. Exhausted, the many Earth Road Masters withdrew their Earth Road Master powers. Su Yu stood up and waved at the air. The divine nine-dragon cauldron shrank continuously until it was the size of a palm, and returned to his palm. Fortunately, he had secretly used the secret technique passed down by the ancient god Jiolong to change the shape of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Therefore, none of the 800 Tao Masters before him recognized that it was the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Lowering his head, he saw that the interior of the cauldron was filled with thumb-sized crystal balls. Each of them represented a Tao Master's lifetime cultivation and great path. Su Yu suppressed his desire to swallow them all, took out 10 of them, and said, "These 10 people, I will reward each of them with one." He called out their names one by one. Those whose names were called out were the ones who had been exceptionally calm and steady during the assessment. They had not surrendered, nor had they rebelled a second time. To be able to calmly determine the truth of a matter in a crisis was enough to prove that they were qualified to be Empress Star Reign's personal guards. The 10 Tao Masters were slightly stunned, not understanding what it was. "Swallow it." They hesitated for a moment, then tried to swallow it into their stomachs. In the end, they were overjoyed to find that their cultivation, which had stagnated for countless years, was rising rapidly. There was even an elderly Earth Road Master who had reached the peak of the Earth Road Master in one go, and was on par with Fei Yunsheng. The other 9 Tao Masters had also made tremendous progress. "Mr. Su, what is this?" The 10 Tao Masters were excited. Su Yu replied calmly, "It is a type of reward that you can obtain again if you perform well." He did not mention what it was. They did not need to be concerned about it, because what they were concerned about was how they could obtain it again. "Mr. Su, what about us?" The remaining Tao Masters were so jealous that their eyes had turned red. "Oh my God, is there a better resource than this? One of them can reach the peak of the early stage." Su Yu's lips curled up, and he laughed softly. "That will depend on your performance in 4 years' time. In 4 years' time, It would be the time to contest for the Time Master. That moment would come very soon. Chapter 2684. After settling the matter of the recruited underground master, Su Yu no longer had any worries. After accompanying Qin Xiana and Su Cai for a few days, he went into seclusion. He took out Xiaohao's time acceleration artifact and activated it. Instantly, the time in the secret room sped up by 10,000 times. 40,000 years here was only 4 years in the outside world. This was the longest secluded cultivation Su Yu had ever experienced in his life. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu took out a thick stack of information about the Nightmare Crossing Lotus Throne. He would strive to completely master the cultivation method of the Nightmare Crossing Lotus Throne within 40,000 years. He weaved signs with one hand, and another Su Yu, who looked exactly like him, appeared beside him. It was a doppelganger formed from his soul. Leave the matter of comprehending the crossing abyss lotus to him. As for the main body, with a thought, Su Yu entered the storage space that he carried with him. There, a lifelike snow-white fox was lying there peacefully. She was beautiful and noble, making people want to worship her. Of the 8 tails behind it, one of them had been cut off and was nowhere to be found. Su Yu waved his palm, and the severed tail flew over and landed on his palm. Back then, the remnant soul of the 9-tailed heavenly prince had tricked Su Yu into bringing her and her corpse to the demon realm. It was all for the sake of reuniting its body and the last piece of its tail that had been lost. This way, the remnant soul would be able to completely control the corpse and indirectly revive the 9-tailed heavenly emperor. It was a pity that Su Yu had seen through it and destroyed it. After so many years, Su Yu faced the corpse of the 9-tailed emperor again. The blood of the emperor can be used as the oil in the sacred mortal body oil lamp. He murmured, "The Buddha of 10,000 lanterns gave me the light with all his power, but he didn't give me the oil to keep the flame burning." At this moment, he somewhat understood why the oil lamp had withered. A rootless fire could only burn for a while. As long as the oil was always there, the light would never be extinguished. Half a drop of the emperor's blood was only enough to maintain the lamp for an hour. Therefore, he needed more. He had tried to move the body of the 9-tailed emperor, but with his current ability, he could not even move it. Wanting to refine the blood of the emperor from it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, this broken tail could still be tried. Su Yu took out the divine 9-dragon cauldron. He placed the broken tail inside and used the 8 domains as flames to refine it. Time flowed like water. In the accelerated state, 10 years passed in a flash. Su Yu's body was covered with dust. Day after day, he continued to refine the tail. However, 10 years had passed. His tail was still broken. There was no sign of it being refined at all. Even the color of its fur did not change. It was as if all of Su Yu's efforts over the past 10 years had been in vain. But he did not give up. The oil lamp was one of the most powerful weapons in his life as a sacred mortal body cultivator. As long as there was a shred of hope, they would definitely not let it go. Another 10 years passed, but the tail was still the same. 30 years had passed. 40 years passed. 50 years passed. After 100 years, the tail finally showed some changes. A faint greenish-black color began to appear on the snow-white fur. After a full 100 years, he had only managed to refine the hair to the point where there was a slight change. Half of Su Yu's body had already been buried by the scattered dust of the past 6 months. If it wasn't for the fact that he controlled the domain fire, it would have burned continuously and steadily. They had to wonder if he was still alive. Thus, the refinement continued in an orderly manner. Another 100 years passed. The boredom did not defeat Su Yu, nor did it make him have the idea of giving up. The color of the fur of the severed tail was already black, but it was still a long way from being refined into the emperor's blood. 300 years passed. 400 years passed. A full 1,000 years passed. The space had already been turned upside down, and countless creatures had already completed dozens of births and deaths. The place where Su Yu was had been buried by the dust, becoming a small hill in the natural evolution. In the hill, the severed tail finally showed a very obvious change. All of its hair was refined until it withered and fell off, turning into black smoke and dust. All that was left was the bare fox tail. 1,000 years had passed, and only the skin had been refined. The skin had to be refined in order to see the emperor's blood. The difficulty of refining the skin would be several times that of refining the hair. Suyu took a deep breath and once again fell into the endless boring refinement. 1,000 years passed. The skin of the fox's tail only revealed a little bit of burn. It was unknown how many years it would take before it was completely melted. Tens of thousands of years passed silently. The small hill where Suyu was had become a mountain. In the divine nine-dragon cauldron in front of Suyu, the skin of the foxtail had been completely burned black. However, there was still no trace of the emperor's blood that had been refined. 10,000 years of hard work was likely to be in vain. Suyu's heart could not help but be shaken. Sacrificing so much in exchange for failure? Never. There was a great rebellious will in his heart. If 10,000 years did not work, then 20,000 years would not work until the emperor's blood was refined. Clenching his teeth, Suyu continued to refine. Another 10,000 years passed. The skin of the tail was only more charred, but there was still no emperor's blood. Suyu was determined that he would not give up until the time acceleration ended. 30,000 years passed. The skin was as black as charcoal. When the 40,000 years passed. Finally, with a catcher sound, a hair-thin crack appeared on the black fox skin that was like charcoal. A trace of 9-colored blood slowly overflowed from it. The emperor's blood. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes. After 40,000 years of continuous refining, he finally succeeded. He immediately put away the first drop of emperor's blood. When he noticed that the time acceleration was slowly receding, he immediately seized the time to continue refining. 1,000 years later, the second drop of emperor's blood was refined. 500 years later, the third drop of emperor's blood was refined. 100 years later, the fourth drop of emperor's blood was refined. As the refining continued, the layer of skin became more and more fragile, and it became easier to refine the emperor's blood. Unfortunately, the effect of the time acceleration treasure finally ended. The time in the secret room was the same as the outside world. This meant that the 4-year period had arrived. The battle for the Time Master was about to begin. Suyu could only put it aside for the time being. However, after 40,000 years of refining, this layer of fox skin was becoming more and more fragile. In the future, with his own ability to accelerate time 1,000 times, he could refine a drop of emperor's blood in about half a year. His 40,000 years of hard work was not in vain. He looked at the clone again. As early as 100 years ago, the clone had already stopped learning. Because all the books were learned in 40,000 years. Return. The order was given. The clone returned to the main body. Suyu rubbed his extremely tired head and slowly walked out of the secret room. After 40,000 years, there was a layer of vicissitudes and steadiness in his eyes that had never been there before. Outside the secret room, the 800 underground masters, the Star Rain Empress, Qinxiana, Su Cai, and the others were waiting outside the door. Welcome back, Mr. Su. Husband. Father. Chapter 2685. Suyu felt a sense of closeness. To them, it had only been 4 years. But to Suyu, it was 40,000 years. He touched Su Cai's head tenderly. A few years had passed, and Su Cai was now an 18-year-old girl. She had inherited Qinxiana's ethereal beauty. This is for you. Suyu took out a jade seal. It was the original handprint of the Greater One sect. Furthermore, he had given him countless time crystals. I'll keep it for self-defense. Su Cai already had a defensive treasure of the Heavenly Law Master level. But those were one-time consumables. The handprint of the faction could be activated in times of crisis, bursting with amazing potential. Thank you, Father. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for many years, Su Cai looked forward to it. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Suyu had a strong desire to protect them. Even if it was not for himself, he would fight for them. Whoosh! The bleak sound of a horn blew slowly from the direction of the distant sacred city. The sky changed color. Countless flying birds fell, not daring to fly in the air. The beasts on the ground hurriedly returned to their nests, not daring to linger outside. Countless martial artists in the wild returned to the nearby cities with a sudden change of expression, curling up and not daring to go out. Factions of all sizes chose to close their gates and activate the great formation of the faction. Even the mortals stopped their activities and shut themselves in. The heavens and the earth were silent. An invisible pressure slowly pressed down like heavy air, making it hard for the living beings in heaven and earth to breathe. Only in the cities of the descendants of the four rulers of the dream-divided realm, the roars of many powerful men could be heard. It was as if they were responding to the bleak sound of the horn, responding to the approaching war. The weak body of the Star Rain Empress trembled slightly. She murmured, "It's about to begin." The war that concerned the survival of the descendants of the rulers was about to begin. Suyu looked up. He clearly felt that the time domain that enveloped the southern part of the dream-divided realm was rapidly thinning and fading. That meant that the Time Master was dying. Once the time domain was completely dispersed. Once the Time Master was completely dead. The world would no longer have the power to suppress the descendants of the Time Master. A fight to the death was unavoidable. Dongming City. Emperor Mindful stared at the sky and clenched his fists tightly. His eyes shone with a strong will to fight. "Fight with all your might and die without regret," Emperor Mindful yelled in high spirits. In the city, thousands of underworld lords gathered around him and shouted in unison. The Mindful Emperor will definitely become the ruler. Killing intent and baleful chi condensed into a primordial battle intent that swept into the sky. At that time, Shimming City. The waning moon empress stood in the sky. Her peerless figure and majestic aura pressed down on the vast expanse. "I am the true ruler." The countless gathered followers let out a heaven-shaking roar. It was like a long arrow waiting to be shot. Northming City. The city was in ruins. Not even a shadow could be seen. Emperor Xiaohao was nowhere to be found, and the experts around him were nowhere to be seen. Before the battle had even begun, Beiming City had already suffered great losses because of Su Yu. In a dark room, Xiaohao and dozens of Dao masters stayed in a small, narrow room. The atmosphere was heavy. The only people Xiaohao could trust were those around him. They were the only ones he could rely on. "Everyone, please calm down." But Xiaohao was very calm. Fighting for the world is not something that can be done in a short period of time. "I already have a plan. Now, we only need to conserve our energy and wait for the right time to kill our way out." The dozens of Dao masters forced themselves to stay alert, but they could not force a smile on their faces. Xiaohao was already in such dire straits. What else could Xiaohao rely on? Unexpectedly, Xiaohao smiled confidently. "Do you really think that I, Xiaohao, am so weak? From the beginning, my focus was not on the dream-divided realm, but the other two realms. The power of the dream-divided realm is but the tip of the iceberg." He revealed a great secret, causing everyone to become alert. "Lord Xiaohao, could it be that you?" Xiaohao smiled mysteriously. "Playing hard to get, pretending to be weak. By the time those three fools from the dream-divided realm react, it will already be too late." His laughter penetrated the secret chamber and reached the 9 heavens. Half a month later, the time domain became thinner and thinner. The hourglasses of time above the heads of all living beings were weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suyu said seriously, "Get ready." Everyone nodded and waited patiently. Finally, 3 days, 4 hours, and a joss stick's time had passed. The hourglasses of time had completely shattered. "The master is dead, a new master shall be appointed." Empress Star Rain rose to her high position, waving her arms and shouting. The 800 or so Dao masters under her command roared in response. Clang! Empress Star Rain pulled out the long sword in her hand and pointed from afar. "The sword points to Dongming City." Everyone was stunned. Didn't Dongming City sign an alliance with Nanming City? Why did they turn against each other from the very beginning? But where the sword pointed, their footsteps would follow. Kill. The wheels of war finally began to move. Nanming City mobilized all its forces and headed straight for Dongming City. At the same time, All kinds of intelligence personnel were at their most active peak. In every city, there were intelligence personnel from other cities secretly passing on information. In a short period of time, no less than 10,000 messages were transmitted from Nanming City, reaching every corner of the dream-divided realm. For a moment, the entire dream-divided realm was shocked. The two forces were originally allies. Why did they break the agreement and start killing each other at the first moment? The waning Moon Empress was greatly surprised when she received the news. It was within her expectations. Nanming City and Dongming City should have joined forces to deal with Westming City or Northming City together. She never thought that Nanming City would break the agreement and take the initiative to attack Dongming City. What was even more surprising was that Nanming City was the weakest city. Not only did they not choose to form an alliance, they put themselves in the whirlpool of war. It was truly irrational. How many Dao Masters did Nanming City lead? Waning Moon Empress asked. It wasn't that she intentionally looked down on Nanming City. Rather, Nanming City was indeed too weak. They probably couldn't even find a few decent Dao Masters. A total of more than 800 Dao Masters. What? Waning Moon's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. How many? 800? Yes, many intelligence personnel gave the same information. Waning Moon Empress took a deep breath. In the end, I still underestimated that little girl. So she was the one who hid the most. All along, I thought that it was Emperor Mindful who secretly bribed the Dao Masters. I didn't expect it to be her. After pondering for a long time, Waning Moon Empress said in relief, no wonder she attacked Dongming City at the beginning. That little girl hid so deeply. She just wanted to catch Dongming City off guard, right? First, she used the alliance to stabilize the other side, then secretly accumulated power to give Dongming City an unexpected fatal blow. Chapter 2686. Empress, why don't we take this opportunity to attack Empress Star Reign's Nanming City? An advisor suggested after careful consideration. This was Nanming City's weakest moment. If they could take it down in one fell swoop, Empress Star Reign would have no way out. The Waning Moon Empress shook her head slightly. What's the point of taking over Nanming City? This was not a mortal war to besiege a city. It was a battle of bloodlines to take people's lives. Only by killing Empress Star Reign could they get a chance to advance. Therefore, their target should be Empress Star Reign. Let's wait and see if the two sides really fight. The Waning Moon Empress narrowed her eyes. She was very cautious and would not act rashly. After all, what if Empress Star Reign and Emperor Mingxin were deliberately putting on a show for her? Yes. At that time, the army of Nanming City was marching eastward. The people of Dongming City were panicking. Even the mindful emperor himself was shocked. This was because Nanming City's side had indeed not discussed this matter with him beforehand. They had suddenly attacked. Emperor, Nanming City has broken the alliance. What are we waiting for? Send out our troops to fight. This was a war of life and death. There was not the slightest room for retreat. Emperor Mindheart's eyes revealed a deep struggle. No. No. If Su Yu had been stalling from the beginning, why would he have given him such a precious treasure? Emperor Mingxin was a man who was very good at thinking. After thinking for a long time, he calmed down. An imperceptible smile blossomed on his lips. I see. Su Yu wanted to argue with him to deceive the outsiders. Then he would give them a surprise attack. Send out our troops to fight. Emperor Mingxin made up his mind. Suddenly, Dongming City's hidden power was revealed. More than 1,000 tunnel masters emerged from their hiding places and charged towards the attacking Nanming City army. Both sides fought with all their might, not holding anything back. The battle was fierce, blood flying everywhere. Countless lives were taken on the battlefield. It was tragic and desolate. In a single day, there were hundreds of underworld lords who had died in extremely tragic battles. Most of them came from Nanming City. Only a few belonged to Dongming City. At the same time, countless pieces of information flew towards Nanming City like pieces of paper. The Waning Moon Queen nervously analyzed the information. Over 300 tunnel masters died in a single day. The waning moon empress gasped. This number was truly terrifying. They're really fighting. The waning moon empress immediately came to a conclusion. However, why are the majority of the casualties on Bright South City's side? Nanming City couldn't possibly send their 300 Dao masters to their deaths just to put on a show, right? After pondering for a long time, she finally made up her mind. Come, all soldiers of West Bright City, follow me. The waning moon empress summoned the entire army of West Bright City. About 900 Dao masters followed the waning moon empress as they charged towards Eastern Brightness City. At the same time, a vanguard team rushed to Dongming City. While the two sides were resting, a letter personally written by the waning moon empress landed in front of the Mindheart Emperor. After reading the letter, a trace of a smile appeared on Emperor Mindful's face. It was just as Su Yu had expected. The waning moon queen would definitely take the bait. With a wave of his brush, he wrote a detailed letter about the alliance and ordered the messenger to bring it back. After receiving the letter, the waning moon empress calmed down. According to the agreement, the great battle the next day, the waning moon empress's army would attack Nanming City from behind. Together with Dongming City, they would completely annihilate Nanming City. The next day, after resting for a day, Dongming City and Nanming City resumed their battle. The Star Rain Empress stared at the Mindheart Emperor and said, "Today is the day of our decisive battle." The Mindheart Emperor let out a long laugh. "Bring it on." The two sides clashed once again. At that moment, blood sprayed into the sky. There were many casualties. The two sides' abilities were about the same. Thus, they quickly fell into a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. But at that moment, behind Nanming City, countless strong fighters suddenly appeared. The waning moon empress, surrounded by strong fighters, sent out a signal to charge towards Nanming City. Anyone who kills one person will be rewarded with 10 billion time crystals. With such a huge reward, her subordinates became even more courageous. They were like tigers in a flock of sheep, charging into Nanming City and starting a massacre. In an instant, Nanming City was caught in a situation where it was attacked from both sides. The originally orderly battle line immediately became chaotic. The Star Rain Empress was flustered as she commanded the two sides. But she was overstretched. Her own people were being routed layer by layer. They couldn't stop the powerful alliance of the two sides. Seeing this, the waning moon empress' eyes turned sharp. She shouted, "Kill!" Her troops were like a sharp spear, stabbing towards the Star Rain Empress who was surrounded by the Nanming City army. If she could kill the Star Rain Empress first, she could obtain the Star Rain Empress time domain bloodline to strengthen herself. On the other hand, the Mindheart Emperor was still focused on the overall situation of the battlefield. He didn't seem to know the importance of killing. Close. 10,000 feet. 3,000 feet. 100 feet. Right in front of her. The waning moon empress licked her lips. She would be the first to win this battle. "Sister, goodbye." A cruel glint flashed in the waning moon empress' eyes. Under the protection of dozens of guards, she charged forward. However, the waning moon empress didn't understand. The Star Rain Empress regained her composure and stood motionlessly in place. The guards around her seemed to have lost consciousness and didn't know how to protect her. "Wait. Something's wrong." The waning moon empress had an extremely bad premonition. "Retreat. Quickly." She was extremely cautious and reacted very quickly. However, she was still one step too late. The Star Rain Empress in front of her, her guards, and the countless Nanming City tunnel masters who were fighting were all shattered like illusions. The remaining Nanming City and Dongming City tunnel masters were at a loss and didn't know what to do. The Southern Ming City's experts, who were locked in a stalemate with him just a moment ago, suddenly disappeared. "Kill." A battle cry came from behind the waning moon empress. The Star Rain Empress was riding a magic treasure chariot. Under the protection of 100 Earth Dao Masters, she led 800 Earth Dao Masters to attack. On top of Dongming City, the Mindheart Emperor laughed. "You've entered the trap. Our mission is complete. Soldiers of Dongming City, listen up. Immediately eliminate the powerful enemies of Nanming City." Thus, The many experts of Nanming City fell into the pincer attack of Dongming City and Nanming City. The waning moon empress felt as if she had been struck by thousands of lightning bolts. She finally understood what was going on. The alliance between the two sides was still there and hadn't been broken. Everything was an act for her to see. As for the casualties of Nanming City, they were all illusions created by a thought. She had mistakenly believed that it was real. As a result, she fell into the trap of the two sides and became a turtle in a jar. Thinking of this, the waning moon empress' heart erupted like a volcano. You set me up. The waning moon empress took out a ruler magic treasure. That was an existence on the level of a heaven Dao master. With just one move, he could turn Dongming City and countless experts into ruins. Chapter 2687. Empress Star Rain wasn't afraid. She calmly took out a jade pendant from her sleeve. It was a defensive treasure of the heavenly law lord level. It could completely block the Empress attack. Empress Star Rain smiled and said, "Hey, it's fine. Just use it." Above the city walls, Emperor Mindheart took out a defensive artifact. It was also a treasure of the sovereign level. Emperor Mindheart chuckled. "Sister, just use it. It's all your people who will die." Both sides had defensive magic treasures that could completely protect their own people. But Empress Waning Moon, once it was activated, apart from herself, everyone around her would die. Her pupils shrank. Why? Why does South Bright City have it too? She understood that East Bright City had it. She already knew that it was given by Xiaohao. But why did South Bright City have it too? Weren't all the treasures of the sovereign level controlled by Xiaohao? Could it be that the one in South Bright City was also given by Xiaohao? Empress Star Rain chuckled. "Sister, why are you asking so many questions? You just have to choose whether to surrender or not." Empress Waning Moon couldn't escape today. Surrender? In your dreams? Empress Waning Moon's eyes were cold. She decisively activated the treasure. With a devastating sound of destruction, the autonomous ruler's magic treasure suddenly exploded. A pillar of dusk-colored light shot up into the sky. It dyed the entire sky like dusk. Under such a screen of light, everything was melting, and even time itself was decaying. The city walls collapsed, the plants withered, the earth became barren, and the sky aged. All of the living beings felt like time was passing by at an alarming rate. Empress Star Rain and Emperor Mindheart's faces were gloomy. They immediately activated their defensive treasures. The two light barriers each enveloped an area. Their people lived in peace. However, the powerhouses brought by the waning moon empress had their time sucked away, causing them to age at a visible rate. Then they died of natural causes. Their corpses also decayed at an alarming speed. Finally, they turned to ashes. Only Empress Waning Moon had a defensive treasure given by the Time Ruler. She didn't fear the passage of time. While the power of the offensive treasures was still there, neither side dared to leave the light barrier. Empress Waning Moon immediately fled to West Bright City. 10 days later. Only then did the power of the sovereign's attack finally recede. Apart from the two defensive areas, the surrounding area had already become a barren desert. All kinds of spirit veins, profound energy, spirit herbs, cities, everything was gone. What replaced it was an endless desert. It was hard to imagine that this place was Dongming City 10 days ago. Emperor Mindful sucked in a breath of cold air. So this is the attack of a ruler artifact. With a single thought, the world changed. "Quickly chase after them," Suyu said. The waning moon empress was too crazy. If she was willing to fight, she could at least hold on for another 10 days or half a month. Even so, she continued to use her ruler treasure in a frenzy. Even if she had to sacrifice everyone, she would not hesitate as long as she was alive. He thought about the sacred mortal body that the waning moon empress had secretly mastered and the remnant blood of the Son of Heaven in Madame Poison Life's body. Suyu's heart sank slightly. With her crazy temperament, she shouldn't do anything too crazy. Both sides joined forces and charged towards Shimming City. Just as he arrived at the border of West Bright City, he was ambushed by the remaining experts of West Bright City. But under the suppression of the two great armies, It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They looked down on everything along the way. Half a month later, the two great armies of Nanming City and Dongming City arrived at Shiming City. At this time, Shiming City had already activated its defensive light barrier. But what use was it under the attack of so many Pathmasters? It would be destroyed in an instant. But the moment the defensive light barrier shattered, a trembling aura slowly spread out from the Empress' Great Hall. It was a human youth with his eyes closed. An ancient oil lamp floated above his head. The oil lamp emitted a weak light. Suddenly, the human youth's eyes opened, revealing traces of murderous intent. Sacred mortal body. Empress Star Rain and Emperor Mindful both recognized it and could not help but be shocked. Even they had heard of the terror of the sacred mortal body. It was an existence comparable to the stone-born son of heaven. Hee. A female's cold laugh came from the body of the sacred mortal body. I have waited a long time for this day. The sacred mortal body was one of her most well-hidden trump cards. She had always been looking forward to it. Compared to it, the power of those experts was far too weak. In these years, she had not only studied how to ignite the oil lamp of the sacred mortal body, but also how to control the corpse of the sacred mortal body. I will let you experience the power of the sacred mortal body. As the waning moon empress spoke, the oil lamp immediately exploded with a 9-colored light. The sacred mortal body turned into a 9-colored existence. God Eye of Destruction. The corpse opened its eyes. Even its eyes were 9-colored. Wherever his gaze passed, the Earth Lords that came into contact with it were immediately scared out of their wits. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Pathmasters had been killed. Emperor Mindful jumped in fright and hurriedly took out a low-level offensive ruler treasure. Destroy. It was a ring-shaped magical treasure. After activating it, a pillar of light no weaker than Dusk's attack descended from the sky. The beam of light descended from above with a loud rumble. It looked like it could pierce through the entire 8-star civilization. The space around the pillar of light shattered, revealing the defensive array of the 8-star civilization. Boom! The pillar of light came crashing down. The already fragmented space was completely destroyed, revealing a large area of the array. Under the bombardment of the pillar of light, the array shook continuously, and cracks appeared. Such an attack was unprecedented. It was the most powerful attack Su Yu had seen since coming to the 8-star civilization. Who could resist such an attack? However, when the pillar of light dissipated, revealing a completely shattered world, a dazzling 9-colored light was reflected in everyone's eyes. He's not dead yet, Emperor Mindful said in shock. The sacred mortal body did not have the slightest injury on the surface. Only the 9-colored light on his body was slightly dimmer. He. You have lost from the beginning, the waning moon empress sneered. I had planned to leave you to deal with Xiaohao. Now, I will let you taste the despair of the sacred mortal body. She weaved her hands together. The entire world immediately erupted with 9-colored flames, roasting the surrounding world. In an instant, a large number of Pathmasters found that their bodies were constantly dissipating, turning into 9-colored light that merged into the flames. Left with no choice, the Star Rain Empress reluctantly took out a defensive ruler treasure to protect the people of both sides. However, what they did not expect was that low-level defensive ruler treasures did not work. Chapter 2688. Why is the holy mortal body so difficult to deal with? The Star Rain Empress angrily took out another ruler treasure. It was a mid-grade hegemon treasure. As soon as she threw it out, it began to rain heavily. The heavy rain was particularly special. Every drop of rain contained the time reversal domain. The boiling 9-colored flames were all extinguished by the rain. The injured people also recovered. The waning moon empress was a little surprised. Where did you get so many ruler treasures? Xiaohao might have given 1 or 2 low-level ruler treasures. But the mid-level ones could not be given to outsiders. It's none of your business. The Star Rain Empress was furious. She took out a mid-level attack ruler treasure. It was a long spear that carried the time domain. Once it was activated, it erupted with even more terrifying power, piercing through time. The waning moon empress had no time to react before it shot into his chest. From afar, it looked like a long spear had pierced through the holy mortal body. However, he did not die. "You guys surprised me," the waning moon empress said in surprise. If she had not mastered the holy mortal body, the other party's endless ruler treasures would have been killed dozens of times. She would have killed him dozens of times. "Get lost," the waning moon empress shouted and slammed her palm on the ground. The long spear was forced out of her body. The terrifying power contained in the long spear did not diminish, and it completely pierced through the 8-star civilization's defensive formation. At the same time, the waning moon empress launched a third attack. 9 suns burn the sky. She made a seal with her palms, and a large amount of 9-colored light gushed out from her body. They rushed into the sky and turned into 9 huge 9-colored suns. Under the sunlight, everyone felt a burning heat. It was as if endless flames were rising from the inside out of their bodies. The Star Rain Empress gritted her teeth and took out a mid-level ruler treasure to defend herself. However, as soon as the defense appeared, it was burned by the 9-colored light. Even her own time bloodline was showing signs of boiling. This technique was really terrifying. They could not let the waning moon empress continue, or they would all die. "It's up to you." The Star Rain Empress took out a book very solemnly. It was the high-level attack ruler treasure given to her by Su Yu. If even this thing could not kill the holy mortal body, then they would be in danger. She opened the book. Lines of heavenly writing words shot out from the book. Those words imprinted themselves on the sacred mortal body, suppressing the 9-colored light emitting from his body. The waning moon empress suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a trace of shock. Even high-level ones? She couldn't fathom where Empress Star Rain had gotten so many treasures from the sovereigns. "Open." She tried to push the words away. But to no avail. The words of the heavenly book seemed to be branded in his body, and he could not shake them off. Because the 9-colored light on its body was weak, the 9 suns in the sky were also dim. The two sides regained their mobility and used killer moves to attack. No matter how strong the sacred mortal body was, it was still a person. How could he withstand the attacks that filled the sky? In addition, its 9-colored light was suppressed, so it was unable to effectively defend against it. The waning moon empress clenched her teeth and flew away, leaving behind a long, 9-colored shadow. After him. Empress Star Rain gritted her teeth. Emperor Mindful's heart sank as well. They never expected the waning moon empress to be so difficult to deal with. They had thought that they had a large number of people and had more than a dozen sovereign treasures. Unexpectedly, she had hidden the sacred mortal body. Moreover, she had successfully fused herself with the sacred mortal body and reached a state of invincibility. They had wasted more than half of their sovereign treasures and still failed to capture the waning moon empress. The army went far away. Su Yu chose to stay. With a thought, he arrived at the empress's great hall, which had been broken with great difficulty, and entered her bedroom with ease. After searching for a while, he found the entrance to the underground world. When he arrived, he was not surprised to see Madame Poison Life. She was dying, and all the blood in her body had been drained. As expected, Su Yu sighed softly and tried to repair her body with the domain of life. However, because of the long-term presence of the Emperor's blood in her blood, her constitution was different from ordinary people. The domain of life could repair other things, but it could not repair the missing blood. "Who are you?" Madame Poison Life said weakly. Su Yu took off his bamboo hat and sighed softly. "I should have advised you to leave that day. Unfortunately, there was no chance." With the ruthlessness of the waning moon empress, Madame Poison Life was destined to become a sacrifice at the last moment. "It's you." Madame Poison Life struggled weakly, and her eyes brightened. She struggled to get up and said in surprise, "Lang Jun, you're not dead." I miss you even in my dreams." Su Yu said lightly, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have come." Madame Poison Life quickly grabbed his hand, and her face began to weaken again. She said, "I know that the waning moon empress is up to no good and will attack me sooner or later, but I can't help but be curious. I want to study the sacred mortal body." She looked at the holes in her body and the residual blood. "Maybe this is fate. I am destined to be associated with the sacred mortal body, Su Yu's heart stirred. It was true. She met Su Yu in the outer space. He met the corpse of the sacred mortal body in the 8-star civilization. In the end, he died because of the sacred mortal body. As she spoke, she took out a handwritten book and handed it to Su Yu with trembling hands. "Help me pass it down. What is this?" Su Yu did not open it. Madame Poison Life seemed to be speaking with her last breath. She said with difficulty, "My study of the sacred mortal body. There are many things that the waning moon empress did not tell you. I hope you can help me pass it down to a sacred mortal body." At this point, Madame Poison Life could no longer speak. She could only stare at Su Yu with expectant eyes, waiting for his response. Su Yu nodded and said, "You have handed it over to the sacred mortal body. Don't worry." With a move of his heart, a worn-out oil lamp appeared above his head. Madame Poison Life's eyes widened, and she slowly closed them. A lingering smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she said weakly, "I see." Finally, she closed her eyes completely and stopped breathing. Su Yu's calm mood was a little disturbed. In the past, he hated this person and even regarded her as an enemy. But in the end, she became the key to reigniting the oil lamp. Before he died, he even passed an important item to him. Rest in peace. Su Yu used the 8 great realms to make her disappear from the world, erasing her existence. Looking at the handwritten book in his hand, he put it away solemnly. He had to study it carefully. He knew nothing about the sacred mortal body. This handwritten book was exactly what he needed. But now was not the time.